Peter.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Richard Smoot, and I'm getting all kinds of messages here from Zoom. I'm assuming everybody can hear. It's been good conversing with people. I'd like to welcome everybody to ISAR's Intensive with David Cochran. If you didn't know David, you certainly, I don't know why you would join, but David is well recognized by all of us. I like to look at David as being the father of vibrational astrology. But I would like to welcome you to these intensives. As you know, the first Saturday of every month, we sponsor an intensive with a well-known astrologer on a specific topic that covers a 4-hour workshop. These intensives are designed to go deeper into a particular subject that can't be covered in one of our Star Club hour-and-a-half recordings on Sunday. So that's about the intensives. Just tell you briefly, we have a conference coming up, our 2022 conference. If you go to ISAR's website, you'll see a tab that says conferences. And on that pull down tab, you can select 2022 conference, and you can join us. We hope you do. We're going to have fun out in outside of Denver and Westminster, Colorado. It's a great place. Now, a bit about some housekeeping. David will be doing probably 3 5-minute breaks throughout. He'll obviously notify you. Please use the chat area for asking questions. At this point, we're keeping everybody muted and screens not visible. But during the course of things, that might change a bit, depending if we get into something that's we need to see or talk with you. I'd like to advise everybody, if you can keep your mic off and your video off for the moment, that'd be deeply appreciated. So about David, as you know, David is acknowledged as the foremost authority in vibrational astrology. I like to call him the father of vibrational astrology. He's trained dozens of people to a professional level of competency in vibrational astrology. David definitely has combines his psychological intuitive insights, clear and inspirational explanations and concepts, and expertise in many areas of astrology, psychology, science, research methods, and mysticism. I belong to David's research group, which is something wonderful. You can look up David, I believe it's AstrologyDC.com, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and join the group. Then you get access to the videos that he no longer posts on. He posts some videos on YouTube, but you get access to new material all the time. So he just published a book, Vibrational Astrology, The Essentials, just last month or so. And I've got my copy, and it's a good read. So David, I'm just going to turn this back over to you, and we're all set.
Okay, my dear friends, brothers and sisters, are you ready for liftoff here? In 4 hours, you are going to walk away being able to do quick readings with vibrational astrology. I hope that's our goal. So I'm going to build this up. I'm going to share a few things at the beginning that I have not shared before. This first part, I'm going to talk very quickly because I'm just putting out some general ideas, and then I will slow down when we get to the heart of the actual interpretation. But I want to give you some background. Go ahead and post in the chat at any time if the volume's too loud, too low, if I'm talking too fast. I very rarely talk too slowly, whatever, just keep posting, and any thoughts that you have. Okay, how to do quick readings with vibrational astrology. All right, I've got this in 3 sections. I'm going to do this quickly. I'm going to talk quickly. I want to give you some background to where vibrational astrology comes from. I'm going to show you a few things that I've shown only once before, some slides, some early history to what went on, because I don't like to repeat things. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background, and again, some that I very rarely share. And then I'm going to go over the basic concepts, and then we're going to do quick readings. I'm going to bring up the birth data of a handful of you. We'll only be able to do a few, and we'll see how the quick readings are done. Okay, so some background, essential concepts, and then we actually experience quick readings. Let's go. Step number one. Where the heck does vibrational astrology come from? All right, I thought I'd share a little bit of this, rather than dive right into it, because I don't usually discuss this. So from September 1972 is when it started to 1981, I did thousands of interviews. I just interviewed people, and those interviews gradually turned into consultations. It was during those 8 years that the foundational principles of vibrational astrology were built. So I'm old, obviously. And there I am. I had a lot more hair on my head. So there I am. That was around 1975, I believe. And this isn't the house I lived in. It was a neighbor's house out in the woods. So all this background is his house. But there's me on the left, and I'm looking at some green and white lined paper. If any of you are very old, you may remember way back or have studied the history of computers where mainframe computers had these green and white lined papers. And I had developed software on a mainframe computer to calculate all kinds of details, lots of Vedic astrology and all kinds of things. And I got access to a mainframe computer through some amazing coincidences at no cost. And I was able to write these programs, which I developed in order to analyze the charts. And I lived on someone's land next to the place called Temple of the Universe, which is still there in a little town called Alachua, Florida, outside of Gainesville. And I lived on the land at no cost. I had no expenses, and I spent all my time in a one-room cabin trying to figure out what astrology is. And that's how it all happened, through some extraordinary good luck to be able to not have to work. This is the inside of the Temple of the Universe. Still has always looked like that. It's kind of a new age place. That's what the temple looks like. I lived about 100 yards out in the woods in a little cabin, and spent all my time trying to figure out what astrology is. So that's how it happened. I thought you'd find that interesting. And there's Mickey. He's the guy who started the Temple of the Universe. He became very popular. He's very popular and very active today. There he is when he was on the Oprah Winfrey Show with Oprah. So that's where it came from. I was living out in the woods like a little madman, and spent 8 years trying to figure out what astrology is, mostly through interviews that became kind of like consultations. Then the second phase, 1982 to 2000, that's kind of a slow general phase, not a lot of breakthroughs. I kept working on things, did a lot of software development, explored a lot of ideas in other systems of astrology, got very good in techniques in Vedic and other systems. Around 2000, things started to take off. Because in the software I developed, we have a database and all these calculations and research features and techniques. And I started playing around with them, and oh my God, things were working. I couldn't believe it. Because people say, oh, you can't, confirm things in astrology. Well, they were getting confirmed. So everything was coming together. What I experienced consulting people was being confirmed by looking at the data. And it's just a lot of magic started to happen with everything working and new insights. This led to what we call an evidence-based astrology system that we call vibrational astrology. And there's now an annual VA conference every March here in Gainesville, Florida. We're developing an association of vibrational astrologers. I just came out with the book Essentials, and around January is kind of the culmination of 49 years of work, where a book called The Astrology of Bipolar Disorder, a Scientific Breakthrough by me and Giselle Terry will come out, and that will be targeted to the general audience of people, not just astrologers, about this whole new kind of breakthrough. So what we're claiming is something exciting is happening in astrology and called vibrational astrology. Is all that clear to everybody? Are we all cool here? Let me scroll down. Am I missing any chat stuff? No, I guess everything's cool. Not seeing anybody typing in the chat area. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. Just making sure you guys are. So that's a little background. And yeah, let's go to the next slide. All right. And on this journey, I ended up getting a master's degree in research evaluation and methods, and I gave talks at academic conferences, was a co-author of a very technical paper on research methods. So all this is part of trying to figure out how astrology works. And here's the conclusion. Now we're up to part 2 in our 3-part series. Part 1, no, it took, less than 10 minutes. Part 2 is the basic concepts. So part 1 was to give you some general background of how we got where we are. Now, I'm ready to tell you about some basic concepts of vibrational astrology, and then in part 3, we're going to put it to work. So, number 1, basic concept of vibrational astrology is that astrology works, that there actually is a correlation of human behavior with planetary positions. That might seem obvious, but in a lot of forms of astrology, the connection of what's going on with the sky with human behavior is seen as rather complex, rather difficult to pin down, and that's why science has not validated it. But in vibrational astrology, our belief is that astrology works, and that validation is happening. The correlation of what's in the sky with human behavior is observable and it's verifiable. And we're in the process of doing those verifications. And we believe that there is a set of astrological rules that works. So there are things that happen in the sky that make a person inclined to be more extroverted or inclined to talent in music or even a certain kind of music or math or theater or what have you. That this works, there's an actual set of rules that work, and it's our interest is in finding out what those rules are. And we think we've made a lot of progress. Is all that clear? Maybe this is obvious, but really I guess what I'm emphasizing here is this kind of integration of intuition, mystical vision of what life is all about, psychology, practical application, that all of this really fits together very nicely. Okay. Now, let's start learning the rules of vibrational astrology. I'm going to give you some basic rules of how we interpret charts, and then we're going to use it to do quick readings. Quick reading means you get somebody's birth information, and within 5 minutes, you want to know something about them. And we're going to learn how to do that. Here's the idea. In astrology, what does Venus mean? Usually we'll say something like Venus is the planet of beauty, sociability. Sometimes people give an archetypal image, like it's a princess, like it's feminine, whatever feminine might mean. And there's this idea that it's this field of qualities and attributes that takes on different forms. Some people say it's multivalent. It's like this mysterious cloud of stuff that takes on different forms depending on the sign and house it's in. So in vibrational astrology, we do not see the planets that way. We see that the archetypes are symptoms of something deeper. Similarly, I'll give one more example, Mars. What does Mars mean? So we might say Mars is a planet of courage, sometimes aggression. It's the archetype of the warrior. Well, again, in vibrational astrology, we do not think of Mars as a warrior, courage, or aggression as what it essentially is. Those are symptoms or expressions of something underneath that. And the reason why we have this idea that there's something underneath these archetypal images and behaviors is because we believe it helps us get a more precise and accurate interpretation. That's what I came up with in the 1970s, interviewing people. Now, if I found this out in the 1970s, why didn't I tell anybody about it? Well, I did tell a few people, but I don't know, promotion and stuff like that isn't so interesting to me. So for whatever reason, the ideas have not become, you might say, common knowledge. Now, although they're not that different. So this is what the planets mean according to vibrational astrology. And for the next, now we're at still almost 4 hours, we will be using these interpretations. What is Venus? Venus is this blob of rock out a little closer to the sun. That's what Venus is. What does it do that makes me fall in love or paint a picture? Those things do happen in relationship to Venus. In vibrational astrology, we agree with that. The question is, how? How is it that Venus is conjunct the midheaven or whatever it's doing or trying this planet, and therefore you fall in love with somebody or you paint a picture or something? What's happening? It seems like, yes, Venus is this thing that correlates with these, but what we've come up with is something slightly different, but it's critically important, which is that Venus is regulating a process. This is not about things. It's not about behavior. It's more about like waves or motion or activity. So we are attracted to beautiful things, right? That is a fact of life. What we're suggesting is that there's certain facts of life. Beauty is attractive. So if you see a beautiful mountain, a beautiful building, a beautiful person, psychologists have found that our eyes, the pupils actually get larger. We take it in, we're drawn to it. Beauty is a magnet. I'm suggesting that that is a fact of life. And the fact that beauty is attractive is, you might say, regulated or managed by Venus. That's all that Venus does. It regulates or shows how you are attracted to beauty. The reason why Venus is related to romance is because romantic people are magnetized to each other. If I have a person that I like a lot and I don't have a real strong need to get near them, be drawn to them, I just like talking to them when I interact with them, then I wouldn't marry that person. Usually we think of love and romance as an attractive mechanism. And that's why Venus is involved with romance. Why is Venus involved with art? Because some art is beautiful and it draws us to it. Some art, on the other hand, makes us think, like Cubist art and so on. It's not designed to be pretty. Those artists do not have a strong Venus in their chart. They are not doing Venusian things, primarily. They're upsetting your sense of perception. Venus is related to romance and art and anything else only to the extent that that activity is about attraction to beauty. Is that clear? Can we get an amen? A hallelujah. Okay. Does it make sense? That's the idea. I'm not asking if you agree with it. You might say, no, you're wrong. Fine, cool, totally awesome. That's great. I'm just, you might want to know about Vedic astrology, you might want to know about anything else. This is just how this system works. And so beauty is inherently attractive. And that is what Venus is about. It's about how you are attracted to things. Now, let's jump over to Jupiter. Jupiter does one thing. It blows things up. Yeah. Beauty is attractive. I'm saying that that's a fact of life, and Venus regulates that fact of life. Okay, so if you're attracted to something for some other reason than the fact it's beautiful, then that's not Venus. Venus is the attraction to beauty. Jupiter is associated with all kinds of things, but actually Jupiter only does one thing. It blows things up like a balloon. It just blows them up. So if you have Venus square Jupiter in your chart, what does it mean? You can interpret it right now, or Venus in any aspect to Jupiter, conjunct Jupiter. What's the essential meaning? It means that the way you are attracted to beauty is big. It means you're drawn to things that are expressive and large. So maybe somebody goes on a blind date and you say to them, how did you like that guy? And they say, oh, I loved him. He made me laugh and we had a good time. Oh my God, she must have Venus, Jupiter in her chart. She likes the guy because he made her laugh and they had this jovial time, this, party sort of feeling. Venus, Jupiter means that Venus is colored by Jupiter. Saturn, on the other hand, wants to get beneath things and get to the essence of things. It wants to get to the bones. Saturn is not malefic. The reason why we don't like Saturn is because when Saturn transits a planet in your chart, it takes away all your toys. It takes away, your car breaks down, your wife wants to leave you, your husband wants to leave you, blah, blah. All these things that you have not invested enough attention to start leaving you. It just takes away all the fun. Jupiter and Saturn balance each other in that way. And Saturn just wants to get rid of everything frivolous and only focus on what's going to last past death, things that are essential and fundamental. So suppose somebody goes on a blind date and they come back and you say to them, how did you like that guy? And they say, oh, I liked him. He was so sincere. And it was his mother's birthday and he felt so bad because of COVID that he couldn't fly out there. And, he's so polite and respectful. And, he's the kind of guy who would make a good father. He's responsible. He's focusing on what's really important. What is he funny? No, he's not so funny. Is he handsome? No, he's not that handsome. But it's the sincerity. Why does Venus Saturn often marry old people? Because old people tend to be less fun and more aware of what's really important in life. It's not that they like old people. It's just that old people tend to be that way. Maybe. I'm just giving you an image. We don't have to argue about whether that's really true or not. But Venus, Saturn is often associated with old people. It's not a symbolic, abstract, magical language. It's that Venus, Saturn wants that. Does it make sense? You all following me? This is the idea of vibrational astrology. It's whether you agree with it. A friend of mine always likes to say about my lectures, he says, oh, go to David's lecture. It'll be interesting. It's interesting. You may or may not agree with it. That's fine. But I'm taking you into a world of ideas that we call vibrational astrology. Vibrational astrology is its own unique system. It has similarities to lots of other systems, but it is what it is. So you may notice, oh, that's like this system or that system. Yes, it overlaps with all kinds of things. But it's best to just take each system on its own because you'll see certain things in vibrational astrology that remind you of one system and other things remind you of another system. Okay, so Mars is actually not a malefic that causes wars and trouble in our lives. Wars and aggression and conflict are symptoms of Mars. In vibrational astrology, all planets are benefic. They all have a positive intention. They often don't achieve their goals, and then in the failure to achieve their goals, they cause problems. What Mars wants to do is achieve things. So suppose you get up in the morning and you say, oh, I want to go to David's 4-hour intensive. And somebody says, that's 4 hours. You're going to sit through that thing for 4 hours. It's Saturday. It's a nice day. Let's, go out for an outing. And you want to get something done. You want to achieve something. Maybe you live in suburbia and the grass in your lawn is a little bit high and sloppy, and you think, oh, I want to trim the hedges. I want to cut the lawn. You want to paint your living room. You want to do something. You want to write that book. You want to pass that course. It could be mental. It could be abstract. It could be physical. But humans walk around. Just think about what we're like. We walk around. If we're lucky, we have two legs. We have two arms. If we're lucky, we can see and we can hear. And we walk around and we see beautiful things. We're attracted to them. And then we have this notion that we're going to get something done. I'm going to lose a little weight, and we work at it. And then we feel better when we do it. Isn't it cool? It's kind of an interesting thing. That's how we are. I mean, I have one of my sisters isn't so much that way. She just kind of gets up in the morning and I don't know. She's not as I am. I got to get this done and that done and this done and that done. Means I have a stronger Mars. So Mars is not this abstract notion, this field that becomes these archetypes. Mars is a process. This is a little bit similar to the I Ching or something where you're looking at what the flow is. It's kind of like a Taoist perspective where the astrology is telling us what the flow is, what's trying to happen. So if people with strong Mars are getting into fights, then my conclusion is they're trying to get something done and it won't happen. Vibrational astrology is inherently therapeutic because it's not telling you what is, it's telling you what's trying to happen. When Mars people are fighting, they're not getting what they want. That's why they're fighting. It's like friction, it causes heat. So when Jupiter people get into debt and run their credit card over, it's because they're in Jupiter land. Bigger is better. Ooh, I like the house with 3,000 square feet, not the one with 2,000 square feet. Ooh, I love that, that walkway and the balcony. Ooh, can I afford it? No, but bigger is better. You can't resist it. Are you all following me? The astrology chart is telling us about what we call in mathematics vectors, forces. It's a dynamic process. We're looking at the forces. And the cool thing about it is that we believe these forces are what we call higher dimensional. They're forces that want to happen, that need to happen, that should happen. If you have strong Mars, what do? You go out and you achieve things. That's your challenge. You all following me? Does it make sense? Okay. All right. So this is what the planets do. Mercury's already described in kind of a functional way. It connects, relates, and associates ideas. What does Uranus do? Is Uranus a rebel? Uranus ends up being rebellious because what Uranus does is it attunes us to the current instant, and everything is traveling in waves. Light travels in waves, sound travels in waves. So Uranus hops on the wave, doesn't care about what happened 5 minutes ago or 5 minutes in the future. It's just boom, spontaneous, get in the flow, rocket man, just go, bro, cut loose. You all following me? I have a strong Uranus. Did you figure that out? So very improvisational, very much in the moment. Okay, and that, of course, can create rebellion, can create all kinds of problems. We say about Mars-Uranus inclines to accidents. Whoa, does it ever incline to accidents? Because Mars-Uranus wants to achieve something when? This instant. So, that's like a powder keg. So, a lot of what we come up with in vibrational astrology is what you already know. We're just explaining it in a different way. And it's inherently therapeutic because if you have Mars-Uranus, it means what do you need to do? You need to make things happen now. Do something where there's action in the moment, like sports. the ball comes in, you hit it with the bat. It's a sudden, instantaneous. You're there, you're active, you're awake, you're alive, and it's getting done in the instant. The chart is telling you, bro, what to do. It's telling you that this is what's trying to happen. It's a higher dimensional, or you could call it spiritual process. You are a process. You are not a thing. You are a process. And the chart is revealing the process that's trying to happen. So the vibrational astrology is inherently therapeutic and directive more than it is descriptive of what is. Does that make sense? Although we have validated vibrational astrology with scientific research, so you can actually describe things as well. But those are just typical symptoms. This is not so different from a lot of ideas you've heard. I'm just telling you how we think in vibrational astrology. Everything cool? We all got it? It's a new world. We got 4 hours to like put our hearts and minds into this way of thinking. It's just another way of thinking. Maybe you'll love it. Maybe you'll do something else, whatever. I'm not trying to convert anybody. This is just the world I live in. Now, Neptune is interesting. Neptune's supposed to be psychic and spiritual and spaced out. Very interesting. What that implies means if you're psychic, you're spaced out and you're illogical. And we've got this left brain, right brain. Astrologers created this whole philosophy, this whole personality theory that I don't particularly agree with. But anyway, what Neptune does is, again, all these are forces. Neptune lifts us to our dreams. So again, vibrational astrology does not disagree with the fundamental principle, but the details are different. Neptune is our attraction to a dream, very similar to Venus. Venus is attraction to beauty. Venus is attraction to a dream, to something that feels loftier, more out of this world, less constrained, more like being in a fairy tale land. And you know what Neptune is for most people? It's not, some great spiritual thing. It's usually money and sometimes celebrity status, because a lot of people feel like, ooh, if I could only win the lottery, I would be free. I wouldn't have to go to that lousy job tomorrow morning, and I could eat all the chocolate cake I want. And, I'd have that cool car and the pretty shoes or whatever it is. I would be just like in fairyland if I had money. And so we find a lot of big business people have very strong Neptunes because they have this dream, this vision, and they can't live an ordinary life. They can't work in a store or, just teach classes or be a nurse. It's just not magical enough. But to have $10 million, $50 million, woo, now we're in dreamland. So Neptune is a dream. So why is Neptune inclined to deception? Because each planet has a goal and it doesn't care about anything else. So Jupiter wants big. Jupiter is not so benefic, runs us into debt. It's bad for our health. It's bad, in a wealthy country like European countries or United States or other countries, Canada and so on. We have access to so many things that we don't need, and Jupiter just makes us want more of them. Jupiter is pretty malefic in wealthy countries. So, every planet has its negative side. Neptune just wants to be in a dream. And it wants the dream so much, it will, let me say it this way. When Neptune is not fulfilled, it can lead to emotional depression. It's very disruptive to our lives because we live for our dreams. Why do people love sports? Like 100,000 people jam into a stadium because it's like a dream, it's a vision. And Neptune wants that vision so much that it just will insist that it's there. So they'll say, oh, he's so wonderful. Oh, he's the most charming guy. No, he's an alcoholic. He's a womanizer. He's not so charming, but they want the dream and they can't wait for the dream. So they start projecting the dream because they want it now. Does that make sense? Okay. They want that dream. And if the dream won't come, then they just start projecting because they want it. And so they project it on this loser and call him, Mr. Cool. He's not, sorry, he's a loser. So yeah, that's why Neptune is prone to illusion. And Pluto makes any planet that it aspects compulsive and obsessive. It feels like it's coming like from a past life or something. You just are irrationally driven by some deep, crazy emotion. So that's what the planets do in vibrational astrology. Now, giving you some basics, and then we're going to have lots of time to apply this and see it at work. And again, my goal is to get you to be able to do quick readings with vibrational astrology. Now, what about the sun and moon? What the sun does is it connects us to the present moment. Without the sun, there is no consciousness, there's no awareness, there's no connection to the current moment. Now, you may say, well, David, not everything's the current moment. There are things beyond time. Yeah, there can be. They just don't have anything to do with the sun. The sun is about your clear and conscious present. And by the way, the sun is over 99% of the mass of the solar system. It emanates the light that makes our life real and present. The sun is about the real, tangible, actual, present reality. And the moon also regulates time. The sun and moon regulate time. The moon regulates the past. It makes past possible, and it brings the past into the present. How is the past, what happened yesterday or 10 years ago, in the present? Well, memory. So moon, quote, rules memory, because that's what the moon does, is it brings the past into the present. How else is the past in the present? Our moods. So if you had a great childhood and your parents loved you to death, and you had great relationship with your brothers and sisters or your cousins or whatever, and things worked out well, you tend to be like this happy, pleasant person, is what psychologists would tell us. And vice versa, because your moods are tend to be an accumulation of your past emotions, and you're in this mood, your disposition. And your home reflects where you're at comfortable. Things that have become deeply ingrained go into our emotions. According to modern psychology, I think that's true. So that's why the moon is related to moods, disposition, memory, etc., is because those are all examples of the past being reflected into the present. Is all that clear? You now know the meanings of the planets according to vibrational astrology. Let me scroll down here and see what you guys have posted. Okay, right. Yeah, very good. Yeah, these are related. Some of you making very interesting observations about the relationships to biology, which I think is very interesting and probably true. Okay, now we are almost done with the basics. Okay, a few more things, and then we're going to put this to work. We're going to do charts for like 2 hours. So, we've got an hour to get us prepped up, 2 hours to experience, and then we'll have about a half hour or more for questions and answers and resolving things. And I believe that within this time frame, you will be able to apply these ideas. Okay, so a few more basics. We now know what the planets mean in vibrational astrology. Not radically different from anything you've learned before, but the emphasis is different. Now, aspects. Yes, we use aspects in vibrational astrology, and we use them similar to how it's done in Western astrology. And here's the idea of aspects. You can think of a trine as a 1/3 aspect. If you want, it can be very helpful, in fact, to throw the word trine out. We won't throw it out, and I will use the word trine, and I'll say, oh, this person is Venus trine Jupiter or whatever. But for practice, you could just say Venus is 1/3 Jupiter. Why do we use a 1/3 aspect and a 1/4 90 degree square. Here's the idea. The idea of vibrational astrology is that, as I told you before, astrology actually works, and there's actually like a reason why it works. It's not just like some like mystical thing. It's like a real thing, and you can actually understand it all. At some point, you understand. Like anything in life, we understand more and more about it over time. And what we understand about aspects, or our theory anyway, is that the reason we interpret 120 degrees is because it's 1/3 of a circle. It's the fact it's 1/3 of a circle that makes it an aspect. And what happens is that you can use any fraction of a circle. Now it sounds complicated. But I like to repeat this thing from a physicist, Richard Feynman. We don't get to decide what Mother Nature is like. She is what she is. I might not like it to be so complicated to play classical piano, but it is, and it takes years of practice. So, I might want to say, well, I want to learn piano. I want to play Chopin and, Mozart tomorrow. Well, sorry, that's not going to happen. And you might say, well, I don't want all these aspects in astrology, keep it simple. Well, you don't get to decide. I'm sorry, but, Mother Nature is what she is. We have to listen to her. We don't get to tell her how she's going to operate. So whether we like it or not is not relevant. What we're interested in is how things work, and not to always assume that our a priori assumptions are correct. Maybe, just maybe, it's possible that we have assumed that 1/5 of a circle, right? I can take a circle and divide it into fifths. We have assumed that that's minor, it's trivial, it's not important. 1/3 and 1/4 are more important. And we divide the sky into 12, and we've learned that, and we've memorized that, and we're comfortable with that. Well, what I'm suggesting is that there is a real astrology, and there's a lot more to discover. And the astrology we have today is very inaccurate compared to the astrology we will have hundreds of years from now. And some of our ideas are right and some are wrong. And we're just wrong that 1/5 is minor. Now, I know this can be upsetting, and fortunately, I'm hiding behind a virtual reality. So if you throw tomatoes, it's only going to hurt your screen. It won't hurt me. But that's the idea, is that let me say it again, our assumption that 12 is like the number is wrong. It's a really important number, but we can divide the circle by fifths, sevenths, ninths, and they are important. And what has happened, I told you that little history, is starting around the year 2000, went to another level of beginning to figuring out which fractions are important, and simplifying that what seemed like a tangled mess started to become really clear. So you all following me? Right? Simple stuff. It's like really, really simple. All right. So the idea is that these aspects are not minor, and that any fraction of a circle is important, and we have ways to determine which fractions are important for you. And our belief in vibrational astrology is that once you open up to this new set of variables, this new set of things in astrology, the astrology zooms up to another level. And that's why we have validated the ideas in actual research. And we believe in vibrational astrology that astrology is heading mainstream much faster than most people realize, because it actually works. It actually works. And there's all this stuff that's going on, and we only know a little bit of it. So there's, it's exciting. We're like at the very beginning of a whole new world of discovery that is going to become mainstream because it works. And part of it is finding out what these variables are that we've assumed are not so important. And one of them is an aspect is a fraction of a circle, and we've been blinded by our infatuation with 12. This 12 obsession has blinded us. So what we see here in the upper left corner is I divided the circle into fifths. Why not? If we start on the left, we go 1/5, happen to be 72 degrees, but we don't care how many degrees it is. That's why God created computers. I mean, we don't need the computer will figure that out for us. All we want to need to know is like the concept. We go 1/5 of a circle or 2/5. And if we go 3/5, that's 2/5 the other way. So in vibrational astrology, we do what most astrologers do. We just measure the shortest distance. So we have a 1/5 and a 2/5. And we can go sevenths. Well, you kind of probably already know this, and you have 1/7, 2/7, 3/7. But what we're saying is that these are not minor. You know what makes the greatest athletes? Our research makes this very clear. Michael Jordan, blah, blah, blah. Sevenths. It's sevenths. Believe it or not. They all have the same planets in sevenths. And it gets weirder than that. This is just the beginning of getting weird, okay? But we'll get weird one step at a time here. So you have to excuse my eccentric language periodically. I think you're following me. Now, then you can divide the circle by ninths. 1/9, 2/9. Well, 3/9 is 1/3. It reduces, so we could skip that, and we can do the ones that are just pure ninths, and so on. And then here's the ones we usually use, which are 12ths, semi-sextile, sextile, trine. Some people use eighths, semi-square, square, also sesquiquadrat. Of course, in ancient times, they used just the 5 Ptolemaic, but in modern times, we're leaning heavily towards dividing by 12 and some people by 8. And what we're saying in vibrational astrology is, yeah, that's great. And we can divide by any number. And over the last 20 years, we figured out how to do it. Now, here's the next thing. A very good question I'm going to get to in a second. Well, let me introduce this next thing. I'm going to answer this question. Very good question somebody posted there. Here's the next thing. Okay, so I'm claiming that the astrology we've been doing is overly simplified. I'm saying you've been using trines and squares and sextiles. Good, I'm glad, it works. You're getting about 1% of the chart. And that's why the research doesn't work, because we're missing most of what's happening in the sky. Now, the next thing is, what does 1/14 mean? I told you, it gets weirder. Not just 5, 7. Now I can divide by any number. 14ths, I get a 1/14. Look at this upper right corner. In black, I've got a 1/14. Then 2/14 is the 1/7. It reduces. And then I've got 3/14. 4/14 reduces to 2/7. 5/14, 6/14 reduces to 3/7. So I've got all these additional 14ths. So I can take the 7 pieces and cut them in half, double it. When you double a vibration, when you go from 7 to 14, when you take all of these things and you cut them in half, you do what we call go up an octave. The meaning of the 14ths is very similar to the 7ths. So if you're familiar with music, we have scales, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, do. You go up an octave and then somehow you're at the same kind of note. And so we're at the same kind of note when we double. In fact, we already do this in astrology, because when you take a trine and you cut it in half and make a sextile, we say that sextiles and trines are similar. So we're actually already doing this. And we take a square, we cut it in half, we call it a semi-square, we say it's similar. So you can take any number, double it, and the effect is similar. So here's how simple it is. We generally don't care very much whether an aspect is 1/7, 2/7, or 3/7. We don't even care that much if it's 1/14 or 3/14 or 5/14. There are some differences, and I'll explain that. But they all have 7 quality. And if you ignore the numerator, the top of the fraction, and you just look at the denominators, you will see who the person is. What I'm saying, is that if I have, I don't, but if I had sun 1/7 moon in my chart, and you have sun 5/14 moon in your chart, we're very similar. We are extremely similar. We're more similar than if we had the same sun and moon sign, because our sun and moon is in 7 type quality. Does that make sense? So all I'm doing here is I'm just dividing a circle by 7. And then if I divide it into 14ths, take this upper right corner, take these 7ths, and cut it in half and make it 14ths. Then you get 1/14, 2/14, which reduces to 1/7, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7/14 would be opposition. And in vibrational astrology, we measure the shortest distance. So it doesn't really matter whether whether the moon is 1/7 ahead of the sun or 1/7 before the sun. It's very, very similar. So anything that is connected in 7ths has 7 quality, and the 7ths are deep and introverted. So if your sun and moon are 1/7 or 2/7, you are deep and introverted. You're deep, profound, mature, you look underneath the surface of things, and you're introverted. If your sun and moon are 1/5 or 2/5, or you can go up an octave, 1/10 or 3/10, then you are flowing. You just flow. You're not rigid. You're loose, man. And you're, oops, I've got a typo, exploratory. You're curious. You're like a child. Ooh, why does that work? How could that be? If somebody gives you a musical instrument, you start, let me see how this goes. It's more playful. And 7ths are deep and introverted, and 9ths bond with community. 1/9. So again, it doesn't matter that much whether it's 1/9, 2/9, or 4/9. They're all going to be very similar. Okay. So is that clear? Nancy asked about 7ths and 9ths. What's in between them? What's in between them? If I go 7ths, if I go 1/7, 2/7, 3/7, I get 4/7. 4/7 going counterclockwise is 3/7 clockwise. So I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 7s. But in astrology, we don't do aspects bigger than opposition normally. We just measure the shortest way. Now, there are differences. There's difference in, waxing and waning and all. There are subtle differences, but you don't want to get lost in the trees and miss the forest. You just want to see this simple thing. Okay. Yeah. You're just measuring the shortest way, the shortest distance between two things. Right. Exactly right. You got it. Now, let me answer this question. In vibrational astrology, we put the planets on the ecliptic plane, which is what astrologers do. We use their zodiac longitude. We don't use their actual positions. In astrology, we don't use the actual positions. We project them on the ecliptic plane. And we do the same thing in vibrational astrology. To tell you why, that would be another 4-hour seminar. We have a whole theory of why projecting works, but that's like, whoa, that's theory. What we're going to do today is practice. But we do have an explanation for why we can just use zodiac positions just like astrologers have always done. Okay. All right. Yeah, you're getting into, other ideas, some of you. All I'm saying is I'm dividing a circle into pieces. If you start adding other thoughts about this, go ahead, but you don't have to. All I'm saying is astrologers divide by 1/3. And that's cool. We can divide by 5ths, 7ths, 9ths, 11ths, anything we want. Okay. Now, we use the word vibration instead of harmonic. Some of you may say, oh, this is harmonic astrology. Harmonic is verboten. We don't use no, say it. Harmonic, no. We're going to call it vibration. The reason we call it vibration is because the word harmonic is like way complex, very complicated, like makes me think of music and who knows what. And we just call it vibration because it's just fractions. So the word harmonic is just too, it has associations that are really complicated, that aren't relevant to what we're doing. All we're saying is we divide a circle into fractions. And you can call that a frequency. You don't even have to do that. Just call them fractions. Vibrational astrology is simple. It's like really, it's actually simpler than usual astrology because you don't have all these complicated things. We don't use rulerships and all that. I mean, you can if you want to, but it's a very simple system. Okay, are we good so far? Any other questions? So if you thought this was going to be some heavy math, complicated, music of the spheres or whatever, sorry to disappoint you. This is like really simple. Okay, all right, now. All right, now you've heard about this term harmonic chart. A few more basics and we're ready to look at your charts. And we're almost at the hour. Might go a little over the hour, take a 5-minute break. And then after the break, we will do your charts. And you have some other good questions that I'll get to, but let me just go into this thing about harmonic chart. You've heard the term harmonic chart. You might not know what it is, but you've probably heard about it. Again, we don't use the word harmonic. Sometimes, I was joking before, it's okay to use it, but it is a complicated word. So we call them vibrational charts. And the idea of a vibrational chart is this. You take this 1/5 of a circle. Imagine this is like a slice of pizza. You have 5 people and you give them equal slices of pizza. And you take this second fifth and you stack it on top of the first fifth. You're taking all the fifths and stacking them on top of each other. So what the harmonic chart does is it takes the 72 degrees and spreads it around the circle. Now, it doesn't matter if you understood a word of what I said. If that sounded like, a foreign language, fine. All you need to know about a harmonic chart, or we prefer to call vibrational chart, is that when planets are conjunct in the vibrational chart, they're in that vibration. It just puts everything in that vibration. We will understand this better when we do it. It's easier to understand by doing. But I'm just giving you a heads up that we will be talking about vibrational charts, and all they do is help us see what's in 7 vibration, or double it, 14, or double that again, 28. It will show us everything related to 7. It's sometimes we call it like a magnifying. It like zooms into 7 reality. How it does it mathematically, we don't really need to know. It just puts you in 7 vibration world if you look at the 7 vibration chart. Okay. Yeah, I will be talking about software soon. Last thing, and then we'll take a break. I think this is my last thing. I just want to see how much more I've got here. Yeah, let's finish this up before we take our break. There's just one more thing. Midpoint structure. Okay, so what we've covered, let's review. We've covered what the planets do. We've covered what aspects are. They're fractions of a circle, and we use this thing called a vibrational chart to see the details of them. And the third thing we do are midpoint structures. And a midpoint structure is when one planet is in between 2 other planets. So we'll use this guy, Timothy Leary, as an example. Timothy Leary was a psychology professor. He started taking LSD back, I guess, in the 70s or something, or 60s or whatever, and I guess 60s, and encouraged people to turn on, tune in, and drop out. So he really promoted the widespread use of LSD. President Nixon called Timothy Leary the most dangerous man in America. So he's one of the people who led this whole LSD movement. So in his birth chart, here's his birth chart, Mercury is halfway in between Uranus and Neptune. I mean, you're astrologers, you want to know that Uranus is at 1 Pisces and Neptune's at 13 Leo and Mercury's at 22 Scorpio, but in vibrational astrology, we don't really care about that. All we care is that Mercury is halfway in between Uranus and Neptune. The distance of Mercury to Neptune is the same as the distance of Mercury to Uranus. How do I know? Because computer software tells me. And it has these little diagrams. And this diagram tells me that Mercury is actually opposition. There are two midpoints for the pair of planets. The short one, which would be over here at 22 degrees Taurus, opposition this Mercury at 22 Taurus, is halfway in between. I mean, it's obvious, right? This point here at 22 Taurus, halfway in between Uranus and Neptune, and Mercury is at the other mid, it's called an axis. So these two opposite points, 22 degrees Taurus and Scorpio, are halfway in between Uranus and Neptune. And then Uranus is halfway in between Saturn and Neptune. So we have two midpoint structures formed out of 4 planets. Can you all follow that? I'll actually take a deep breath. I can actually slow down, believe it or not. So does it make sense? We're just looking at a planet in between 2 planets. And what we're claiming is that this is more powerful than your sun sign, more powerful than your moon sign, more powerful than your rising sign in terms of telling us what you do. This will tell you what force is pushing a person to be something. Signs are important, but we'll talk about that later. They do something else. This tells you the force coming through. Mercury, Uranus, Neptune means you're a little crazy, period. If you have Mercury, Uranus, Neptune, you cannot live a normal life. You can't, work in a store, deliver mail or something. You're going to go crazy. Your imagination is wild because Neptune means I have a dream. Uranus means I want it now. You getting into the VA way of thinking? It's simple. Neptune, oh, we all love a dream. We all have a dream. Oh, I want a lot of money. I want to be free of this. I want to get enlightened. I want whatever. I want to be a healer. It's a dream, So we live for our dreams. And Uranus means when is the dream? Now, this instant. Awake. Uranus, Neptune means an awakening, a shocking awakening. Mercury means this is how you think. This is how you connect ideas. So take LSD, you'll get all the shocking awakenings and visions you could ever imagine. Does it make sense? It's not the only way, maybe not the healthiest way, and then Saturn, Neptune, Saturn means what is the real Neptune? What is the Neptune that lasts forever? It's a spiritual quest. And Uranus means I want to wake up to the real spiritual quest. I've got to find the real religion, the real philosophy, the real experience. And all this, and the orbs are exact. 2 minutes and 3 minutes is like crazy exact. The more exact it is, the more extreme it is. There is Timothy Leary. It doesn't matter what his rising sign is or anything else. The guy is not going to stick around in a normal life for very long. Something's going to snap. It took him up until his adulthood before he snapped, but that force was pressuring him all the time. Does it make sense? You all with me? I didn't ask if you agree. I just said, does it make sense? What we're going to do is we're going to look at your charts for the next 2 hours, and we're going to see if this is true. What I'm claiming is if you want to know who a person is, look at the midpoint structures, look at the basic vibrations, and you'll see who they are. They will tell us if you have a talent for math, music, literature, etc. Okay. And then I will do this after the break. I'll tell you how we understand zodiac signs and houses. They do work. And then we have just a little bit more, and then we're ready to look at your charts and apply the ideas. Are we cool? Any questions before we take a 5-minute break? You guys are pretty quiet out there. Everything cool? You ready for a break? Yeah, are we good? Okay. Jerry says we're cool. All right. So let's take a 5-minute break. Again, just to review, because I covered a lot of material and I talk very fast sometimes. What we're going to do after the break, only 5 minutes, 5-minute break. Then we're going to just wrap up a few more things And what I'm claiming is that if you look at the basic vibrations and the midpoints, you will see some of the very, very powerful essential things for the person. And that's how we do a quick reading. So if I'm talking to somebody on the phone and I want to know what's going on with this person, I get their, I hope, you need a recorded time of birth, an accurate time, because these things move very quickly. If the person has an accurate time, I get it. And within minutes, I know things about the person. And I'm going to show you how we know it using this system. And like I said, what's cool is this stuff's getting validated, not just by personal experience, but by going through databases and stuff. It actually really works. Okay. All right, let's take our break. I've got 6 minutes after the hour. So how about we come back at 11 minutes after the hour?
And we will leave the recording on.
Yeah, we'll leave this recording on. So there'll be the 5-minute break in the recording as well. Okay, guys, I'll see you at 11 minutes after the hour. Go ahead and type in any thoughts, questions, especially anything that's not clear or you're not comfortable with. Go ahead and post that and I'll look at it during the break. Whoa. Oh, it's already 10 minutes after the hour. Holy moly. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, I'll make notes to myself about your questions, recordings. This is a good time to post any thoughts, questions. What I'll do is when we start up again, I'll give it another minute. Seems like 5 minutes flew by fast. I will address some of your questions here. I'm writing them down. Prediction. And okay, I got 4 questions from you guys here. I also got several questions by email, and I will address those. Okay, we are at 12 minutes after the hour. So is everybody back? Are you all ready? Excuse me. Oh yeah.
David, I have one person who sent me their information.
Okay, I will get to that soon. Okay, good. All right. Okay, I got 5 questions. This is a good time, especially since I went so fast and covered so much material. I don't want anybody fry any brains out there. So I think we'll have a relaxing time answering a few questions, and then we'll pick up with where we left off. Okay, if you have any other thoughts, questions, I won't necessarily answer all of them because I know a lot of you just want to keep moving forward. But oh, there's another one I mentioned. Okay, so I see 6 questions. I might have missed some. Okay, one question, recordings. Yes, we are recording, and everyone who is registered, whether you're here or not physically, will get the links to the recordings. Richard or I will be sending those links to you, and they will be there permanently, forever and ever. So you'll have permanent access to the recordings. So that's one question. Number 2, how to learn VA. So ways to learn VA is there are people who teach VA. Linda Berry, who's here. In fact, she's going to be leaving because she has to go teach a class. In VA. So, and Clarissa Dolphin and Christopher Pridham, I will send you guys an email with all those references. So after this, this evening or tomorrow morning, I will send you all an email with different kinds of information like that.
David, I have a question here.
Yeah.
Will you be providing people with a PDF of your slides?
Yes, and I'll make the PDF of the slides available as well. Yes.
Great, thank you so much.
So with the links to the recordings, I'll give a link to the PDF of the slides. That's a good question. Okay, another question here is prediction. No, we're not going to do any prediction today. I have a goal. I want you to be able to do quick readings using VA in 4 hours. It's going to be challenging enough. On learning VA, people are teaching. There's the new book that came out on the essentials. Linda has a book on aspect interpretation, and AstrologyDC.com. I'm not very good at self-promotion, so I'll get slumped down in my chair a little bit. I don't like to come out too strong about these kind of things, but I have to admit, you really should join AstrologyDC.com. It's currently $5 a month. A lot of people are telling me it's too cheap, or $55 a year. So we might raise that price. but the video collection's amazing. I upload usually 2 videos a week, and there's supposed to be a 1 to 1.5 hour meeting each month. It's been going for 2.5 to 3 hours, and you just ask me anything. It's really fantastic. Yeah, anyway, there's lots of resources, and there'll be more coming out as we association develops. We will not be doing prediction today. Next question. Did I do an electional chart for today? Well, what happened was the person who was supposed to speak this month canceled, and we were hunting around for somebody, and I said, I'll do it. And I looked at the date and it looked good. I have a Sun Mercury activation, which is always good for speaking and a few other things. So I would, we needed somebody to speak. It looked like it was a good day for me, so I took it. That's how it evolved. So do I use asteroids? Yes, we do use minor planets, or we astrologers like to call them asteroids. We research them in this evidence-based approach research thing. And if we can confirm what their meaning is with the research, then we start to use them. Things are validated through this research thing, which I won't go into here. Do we use the ascendant and midheaven? Yes, they're extremely powerful. We cannot use them in all of the vibrations because, as we will learn, things move very fast in the vibrational charts, and they move so fast we don't know where they are. But when we can use them, we use them. They're very powerful. We agree with modern astrologers about that. Okay, another question, how do we determine the most important vibrations? We have 3 software tools to find the most important vibrations, 2 that are within the Sirius software, and 1 that's an option written by Linda Berry. And we will learn today how you determine the most important vibrations among the basic ones. So I don't have time to go into all that, but we have ways to find out. And we will learn some of them today. A question here about horary astrology. Does VA have its own set of horary methods? Yes. We have our own set of horary methods in vibrational astrology, and I've only just begun to share those. They are still in development, and it's very hard to validate horary with empirically, but we do have our own horary methods. And Linda mentions that you can email her at linda@astrologicaldepth.com. She's giving a 5-hour workshop on November 20th, which will do VA and transits. Okay, so yeah, there's people are giving workshops. VA is now much bigger than me. It's growing rapidly. Robert has a good question, but I can't answer that. That sends us way off into a whole nother thing. It's a very good question, but it's too advanced for our discussion here. So I think I'm ready to continue. Let's continue with the basic concepts. Let me review where we are. We've learned how we think about planets. We have learned that we look at tens of thousands of aspects, believe it or not, but we have a way to filter out just the ones that are important for you without having to go through all that. But we learned how we think about aspects, which is that they are fractions of a circle, and we use all kinds of fractions, as you will see. When I first started doing this investigations in the 1970s, I remember when I started using things like the 11ths and 13ths and 17ths, and I thought I was like way out in the ether. It's like, oh my God, I'm going to use 11ths. I couldn't believe I would ever do anything that wild, and like use it as a fundamental thing. Well, now we're up into the many hundreds and we think nothing of it. So it's kind of shocked me how powerful these high vibrations are. When we come out with this book by January or so, by me and Giselle Terry, on what is in the charts of people with bipolar disorder, you'll see that the vibrations go very, very high in the 60s and 70s, or some of the really important ones. Okay, so we've learned how we think about aspects. And now let me say something about how we use zodiac signs and houses. On this slide, I say, if you want to know what a person does the person have a talent for music, for math, for literature, for astrology, for psychic intuition, or psychic perception or anything else? If you want to know what a person is built to do, we look at the angular relationship between planets as aspects and midpoint structures. We do not look at signs and houses very much to find out what a person does. They have a very slight effect on what you do. That's why, like, if you look at people with Leo, they are not actors more than any other sign. It's just not true. Military people don't have more Aries than signs. We've done the research, other people have done it. It just doesn't work. So, but signs and houses are very powerful. They don't tell us what a person does, but they tell you how they do it. They tell you the style, the quality, the perspective, the attitude that the person has. Aries seeks honesty. Taurus builds. For example, I have a huge stellium in Taurus, Sun, Mercury, Venus, and Mars. And with most house systems, they're in the second house. And it's very funny what people and what astrologers say about me. Oh, he's a business guy. And, he's like, really solid in the material world and all kinds of crazy stuff that's not true. So it doesn't tell you, if you think that the Taurus stellium in the second house is going to make a person well-grounded in the material world, it doesn't. I'm just the opposite. Like really the opposite. People say, oh, you run a business. I don't run the business. I would never run a business. My wife runs a business. So you get very distorted ideas about people, but I am extremely Taurian. I build. I am like a Taoist. Taoism is like Taurus land. So it's how you do things. Gemini is curious. And I do all my wild, crazy stuff in an evidence-based way. There is a Taurus quality, but I do crazy, nutty things like astrology in a Taurian way. But I don't do Taurian things. I don't like make money and all that sort of stuff like other people do. And Aries is not a pioneer. So it doesn't tell you what they do, but you can do crazy, wild things like astrology in a Taurian way. So I do everything in a Taurian way, and it tells you about the personality. And signs are very important for relationships, because a lot of people don't care if their husband or wife is a doctor, a nurse, a lawyer, an entrepreneur or whatever. They care what they're like and what their interests are. So style and attitude and approach are very important, especially in things like relationships. Is that clear? You may not agree with it, but I'm just telling you how we do these things. And one of the things in vibrational astrology is everything, we try to get rid of cognitive dissonance. What we see in the data, what we experience with our clients, it all makes sense. And we feel that your clients will feel better understood. Your connection with them is so amazing. I always say, if you meet with clients and if it's in person, there's a few essentials, verify the birth data, a few other things. And if you're meeting them in person, very important is a box of tissues, extremely important, because if the person doesn't have tissues or a handkerchief when they start crying, it's like, what do you do, right? So you have to have them ready, because when you talk to someone's heart and soul, somehow it just evokes a lot of emotion, usually with tears. So we're saying that this stuff works when you engage with people as well. Okay. So the astrology chart shows forces that are trying to be channeled through us. Astrology operates from a higher dimensional, or you can call it spiritual level. So these are forces that are striving to be expressed. What we do with the forces depends on our environment and our decisions. I did talk about that. Here's a little story. I think I'll skip this story about how I came up with these ideas. And let's jump. It's a fun story, but I want to get into this. The quick readings. We're going to use the Sirius software. And you can do what I'm going to do here with other programs. Step number 2, which is on the next slide, you may not be able to do with other programs, but it's not absolutely essential. There are 4 steps. So you'll be able to do 1, 3, and 4 with any program. And there are 2 levels of this software I'm using. There's Kepler, which is normally $300 in US dollars. Sirius, which is very expensive at $550. Everything I'm showing you here today can be done with Kepler. If you want to buy one of these programs and you buy it by tomorrow, sorry, like a 1-day sale kind of thing, or 2 days, you can get Kepler for $50 off or Sirius for $100 off. And I will email you the information about how to purchase it if you want to. But you can do most of this in any program. And that was one of the other questions. Are you ready to do quick readings? Any other questions, thoughts, concerns? Okay. I think we are good. Here are the 4 steps for a quick reading. Number 1, look at aspects in the chart with under a 1-degree orb. Now, we're assuming that you want to know what the person does. If the person is having a relationship problem, certain other problems also in relocational astrology, some other things, we use signs and houses more. But I'm going to do this more in terms of, does the person have an aptitude to something? Do they have a tendency to depression, a mental disorder, some particular talent? And those are in these aspects. So we're going to just focus on that. We look at aspects in the natal chart with less than a 1-degree orb. So these are things that are not missing in the person. So for example, well, I'll just do your charts. Let me just give you the information, and then we'll then we'll do your charts and we'll apply these ideas. Number 2, we look at the direct midpoint structures like we saw with Timothy Leary. And then this is step 3, which is hard to get out of all software. We see what vibration the midpoints are in. And step 4, we look at the vibrational charts, 8, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, and 17. You can stop at 11, 8, 5, 7, 9, 11 if you don't have enough time. So if I'm doing a quick reading, I look at the chart, what's within 1-degree orb. I look at the midpoints, the vibrations of the midpoints, and I look at these basic vibrations, 8, 5, 7, 9, 11. If you have more time, there are additional steps that I'll talk about later. Those are the 4 steps. Are you ready to look at your charts? Excuse me. Are we good? We do include house cusps, and I'll talk more about that. If you have a planet on an angular house, oh my God, is it strong? Yes. So we agree with modern astrologers about that. Okay. Getting some messages here that you're good. Let's do it. Richard, are you still there? Do you have that birth information? Who was first on the list? Now they're flying in. Okay, let's
That would be yeah, let me go back up to her here. She's quite a ways up. This chat box is really getting full.
yeah.
It is
Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm going to let me drag this down. I'm going to stop sharing the PowerPoint. That's the end of it. Let's do it. We'll learn by interpreting your chart. So we're done with this. I'm gonna I just need to stop sharing. Where am I here? Stop share. So that now you just see me for a moment, and let me share again, and let me share the software. And we're back, and let me bring up the chat again. Okay.
oh my, look at that.
I don't know, this
Who's
guy.
that guy?
This guy really, I think this guy's got real problems. We're joking around. This is Richard's chart. That's Richard's chart if you're curious about him. But we're going to clear this and do one of your charts.
Thank you.
Okay, Richard, who do we have first?
Let's see. I'm trying to figure out her name here, but
Just a
it's July 14th.
Okay, I'll just call it A. What's the first letter of her name?
Yes. Well, let me see. It's Anna is her name.
Okay, and the date?
It's July 14th, 1986.
Okay,
Chuncheon, that's CHUNCHEON, South Korea.
okay, yeah, I found it. And the time?
It's at 1:58 p.m.
Okay, so we have Anna born July 14th, 1986 at 1:58 p.m. in Chuncheon, or however you say that, South Korea. And so we'll just do this by chat. You can, the person I'm talking to only, otherwise it gets really noisy and Rich will just mute you anyway, but only the person I'm talking to. Anna, are you there? You can type in. If you're not there, if you've disappeared, we'll go on to the next person.
She's here. No, she's live now.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, Anna, okay. And so we got this, we entered it right, 5 Scorpio rising?
Yeah,
Okay,
looks right.
okay. July 14, 1986, 1:58 p.m., Chuncheon, South Korea. Okay, so step one, does she have any aspects with less than a 1-degree orb? Here's what it tells us. It does not tell us very much. It tells us only a little bit. It tells us that something is not missing in the person's life. Well, lots of things are not missing in your life. Like most people are, reasonably philosophical, reasonably can follow directions, reasonably whatever. So it does not tell us very much, but we're going to look at it anyway. It will not tell us the most important things. And one of the reasons we look at it is it may show up later. So it doesn't tell us a lot, but we need to do it anyway. Does she have any aspects with less than a 1-degree orb? We see Venus square Saturn with about a little over half a degree orb, right? So what does that tell us? It tells us the way she's attracted to beauty gets down to basics. It gets down to what's really important. So we know that Anna is going to prioritize, let's say in a romantic relationship, for example, she's not going to have a good romantic relationship with somebody who is tending to be inconsiderate, maybe a little bit flashy, like he's tall, dark. Whoops, I'm getting a little noise there. Tall, dark, and might have to mute. Okay.
No, sorry, that was me. Not me, but somebody else.
Okay. Okay, good. Somebody that's tall, dark, and handsome, very charming, etc., but is, a little shallow, not emotionally deep, not sincere, doesn't remember important things, doesn't visit his brother who's in the hospital, doesn't, just isn't attentive to the things that really matter, like when a person is sick or hurt or emotionally or physically or anything else. It's not going to work. And it takes very, very little of that to upset her relationship. Also, her aesthetic taste, things have to have quality. They have to have meaning. Just putting a lot of adornments all over the house and a lot of fancy frills and lots of makeup and fancy clothes, it's got to say something. If it looks a little too superficial, it turns her off. Now, this may not be the primary, most fundamental thing in her life, and I probably shouldn't talk about it that much, but for teaching purposes, I've mentioned it. And so I know that that's not missing. I know that if things get a little bit frivolous and you're missing the point of it and you're just decorating, like why, it's lost its purpose and meaning, she's out. It's a deal breaker. That's what Venus Saturn means. We'll find out if it plays into other things. So I assume, Anna, you'll probably agree, because I'm not saying it's the most important thing in the world, but does that make sense?
Yeah, a lot.
Okay. And she has Venus trine Neptune. That's about a degree orb, so it's not the most powerful thing. We'll skip over. Venus Neptune means you have a taste for sunsets on the beach and flowers and perfumes, and you fall in love with love. Sex is not everything, for example, and they're sensitive to like delicate music, like what the guitar is doing, and they usually like harp music a little bit, but it's a 1-degree orb. It's not overpowering, and most people have some of that. Her Sun Jupiter trine is 1.5 degrees, not really strong enough for us to be that interested in it. She has a Neptune Pluto sextile, but people had that for forever. Hers is 0.5 degree. That's a slow moving. I don't really care about it. She does have a Uranus Pluto semi-square. I'll talk about that later. And then she has some dashed lines, like between Mercury and Moon. Excuse me. This Moon Mercury is what we call a 16 vibration. It's some 16th of a circle. Just like the square is 1/4, the trine is 1/3. This is a 16th. I can tell it's a 3/16 because it's too far away to be 1/16, not far away to be 5/16. I don't really care which 16th it is. It's a 16th. Why do I care about 16th so much that I put them in the wheel? Why? Because it's a hard aspect. You have oppositions, 1/2, hard aspect. Double 1/2, you get 1/4. Oh my God, squares are super hard aspects. We agree in vibrational astrology with all modern astrology. Squares are squares. They push you. You take the square, you go up an octave, you get to eighths, which are the semi-square sesquiquadrate. They are driving. They are forceful. You go up another octave. We're going up octaves. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. Now, when I was looking at this back in the 70s, when I got to 16ths and 32nds and 64ths, I thought, ooh, I'm going to some very subtle level. I bet this fades out by the time I get to 16. I'm laughing because, boy, was I ever wrong. They don't become more subtle. They become more internal. They're less obvious on the outside, but they describe how you think, how you feel, who you are. So if I look at 3 people and one of them is a brilliant painter and another one's a brilliant writer and the other one is a brilliant composer, I'm not the most psychic person in the world. Whatever, I'll look at them and I'll go, oh, they're nice people. They look nice. It's not obvious by looking at them which one is which. But when you look at the astrology chart, it is. It's not in their outer appearance. It's in the way they think and feel and the way their nervous system and their soul operates. And those are in the high vibrations. High, meaning when you get to 16, 32, they tell you what a person's inner talents are. Does that make sense? And the orbs get smaller and smaller and smaller. The orb for a 16th is very, very small. I'll get into the numbers later because the computer is going to show us pretty pictures anyway, and I don't want to get distracted by a bunch of technical things we don't need to know. But when that line is thick, it means it's strong. Thick line means it's stronger. This is a very thick, pretty thick. It can get even thicker than this, but this is pretty thick dashed line. She has a very solid Moon Mercury within her. Does it make sense? You all following me? And you already know what it means. You already know what it means. What it means is that the way she thinks, connects ideas, draws upon the past. What does it mean to think drawing upon the past? It means psychology, anthropology, dreams, symbols, things like that. So I know just from looking at her chart that Anna has a talent and you might say a proclivity to be very good in psychology, sociology, anthropology, astrology, and dreams and all those kind of things. And she connects well on a close personal basis. I don't know about her personality. She might be beautiful, engaging personality. She might be very irritating. I don't know what she looks like. I don't know. But what I do know is that if you get close to her, you'll find out that she's very easy to communicate with. She picks up on the feeling and mood. She has good writing ability because it picks up on the feel of things, the mood, the background, the historical or cultural context, things like that. Does everybody understand what I'm saying? So that's how you do the quick reading. You just look at what the planets are doing. So I know she has some talent for that. I don't know how extensive it is because you really need 3 planets. 3, not 2. You need 3 planets to tell you what the person does. And this is only 2. There is this very weak square. It's like extremely weak coming out of them. But anyway, it's not really there. It's too weak. I don't see 3 planets yet, so I don't know if she should do this as like her pursuit in life, or if it's just something she's good at. We're going to go into the vibrational charts and we'll see if there's a 3rd planet. If there is, this is something that she can do and succeed in. If there isn't, it's more like something that she's good at, but not her strongest area. Does it make sense? You all following me? All I'm saying is that it's a high vibration, it's internal, and the line is thick, means it's strong. Okay. All right. Orbs are everything. If the line is thin, it doesn't mean much. I don't really care about her sun opposition Mars. I know you guys mostly do because it's a 5-degree orb. And you're saying, why is he not interpreting it? But in vibrational astrology, we have this phrase, orbs are everything. We need the things with the very, very, very tight orbs. And this does have a tight orb. Now I'm going to show you the midpoints and the vibrational charts. Okay. So Anna, has anything I said sound totally off or relevant or important?
Yeah, and I actually would be interested to see what you say about the psychology thing, because that's what I'm going to school for. And I sometimes wonder if I'm wasting my time and money doing that or.
Yeah. So you're in a college program now and you're majoring in psychology?
Yeah, I'm majoring in psychology, minoring in women's gender and sexuality studies.
Right. Right. And you're in a BA program or a master's?
Just 4-year. I'm a full-time licensed massage therapist, but I'm going to school part-time.
Right. Okay.
Because I'm expecting my body will not last forever,
Yeah. What smart move. Can't do that kind of intense massage forever for most of us. So yeah, and you're like everybody else here. You can't stop learning. So and you've chosen psychology. Now, so she's getting this degree in psychology, thinking that she can't do this massage therapy forever. As a plan B, you might say. How do you feel as a vibrational astrologer? I'm now calling you a vibrational astrologer. How do you feel as a vibrational astrologer when she tells you that she's majoring in psychology? How do you feel? You feel good, concerned, worried?
Oh, are you asking me?
No, I'm asking the attendees.
Oh.
I'm asking them as the astrologers. How do you guys feel? Delighted. I'm delighted. I feel good. Oh, I feel so good now. I feel good. I think I identify with my clients too much. I feel so good. She's on track. I like it, Karen. She's on track. I feel good because the astrology chart is telling me what's trying to come through. Now, this is the thing astrologers do. They now look for supporting evidence. Mercury's on the midheaven, Pluto. That's fine. You can do supporting, but we don't do that in vibrational astrology. We don't look for supporting evidence because we want the chart to speak to us. We want to, I mean, you can a little bit, maybe I'm exaggerating, but the emphasis is let the chart tell you. Because very often the chart will contradict the client. It'll contradict everything you think is going on, and boom, now get your tissues out because the chart knows more than us. Y'all following me? The chart knows more than us. By the way, I did miss that Pluto on the ascendant, which is very important. Her Pluto's within 1 degree of the ascendant. Now she's born 4 minutes later at 2:02. It's getting out to a 2-degree orb, but Pluto's probably on the ascendant. Tells me if it is, she's a compulsive type person. Compulsive people do things because they feel it. It's like they just feel it. Like, I got to study and get a degree in psychology. Yeah, but you can't afford it. It's going to cost $40,000. You're going to go into debt, and you're already X number of years old. It's not practical. Well, I'm going to do it. Pluto just feels it's not that it's not intelligent, it just knows that it has to follow deep passions. That's a basic personality type. Now, let's go on and look at the midpoints. Actually, if I was not teaching, I might not go to the midpoints now. I might want to understand the moon Mercury more. So I'm a little bit torn about whether I should follow my rules, but in actuality, I have a way of understanding the moon Mercury more. How about if we jump over to do that? And then we'll come back to the midpoints. Because we're on this moon Mercury thing and she's wondering, should I pursue this? Let's find out if this moon Mercury is doing anything. Here's what we're going to do. In normal astrology, we say, okay, moon's in Libras in the 12th house, Mercury's in the moon is ruling, blah, 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 the 9th house, it's good for education. Oh, good, she's getting an education. I know, I got all that. Sun's in the 9th house, good for education. Yeah, okay, got it. But what we do in vibrational astrology is we zoom in. And the way we zoom in is we look at the hard aspect vibration, because it's a hard aspect. Hard aspect vibration we usually go to is 8. 1, 2, 4, 8. Why do we go to 8? It's just a nice level to go to. It's like if you're down at 1, it's like, it's like so low. I don't know what you're saying. And if you're up into 64, 128, it's so squeaky. It's like 8. Okay. It's just a nice level to go at, and you can see up from there. So I'm going to look at her 8 vibration. And what's going to happen is that this 16, okay, 8, this is the complexity of math we're going to get into. 8 times what equals 16? 2. Yes. Anna's in a bachelor's program.
I'm a mathematician.
Also a mathematician. So you don't have to be a mathematician like Anna to know that 8 times 2 is 16. So what's going to happen? And by the way, we didn't see math at all yet. We'll see if it shows up.
Oh, I'm really not.
But you're good at math. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was just joking.
Oh, you were joking. Okay. Oh, you're joking about 8 times 2 equals 16. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a little slow. Okay, I got it. All right. Yeah, you're all mathematicians. 8 times 16. I got it now. So this is going to be an opposition in the 8 vibration chart, because it will turn in 8, it turns into 2. So what you do is, from the point of view of 8, 16 is double. And double means opposition, 2. So from the point of view of 8, 16 is an opposition. That's as complicated as we're going to get. And it's going to make more sense. And we got 2 hours. So if that sounded a little cloudy, don't worry about it. It's actually simple and you'll get it. But let's look at her 8 vibration chart. So in any program, you can even do this online if you don't have a program at astro.com or something, you can do the 8th harmonic chart. I don't like that word harmonic. It really irritates me because it's so confusing. So we'll call it the vibrational chart, 8 vibration chart. I mean, it's irritating within the context of what we're doing. And in her 8 vibration chart, there's the moon opposition Mercury. Okay. And we notice that it's angular. Mercury's on the ascendant and moon is on the 7th house cusp. Now, first of all, excuse me, it did what I said it would do. It's opposition. Is that clear to everybody? It's an opposition. And on this line, this is a feature that's special to Kepler and Sirius, but you don't need this feature if you don't have those programs. It says 3/16. It happens to be 3/16. That's not that important, and we don't need to know that. There's the moon Mercury. Now, everything's moving 8 times faster in the 8 vibration chart. In the 32 vibration, everything's moving 32 times faster. So how fast is the ascendant moving on average in the 8 vibration chart? In the natal chart, the house cusps move about 1 degree every 4 minutes. So even Anna, the mathematician, knows that 8 times 1 degree every 4 minutes is 8 degrees every 4 minutes, which is 2 degrees a minute or 1 degree every half minute. So the ascendant is moving 2 degrees a minute, which means if her birth time is off a few minutes, we don't really know if it's there. Is that clear to everybody? Everything's moving 8 times faster. How fast is the sun moving in the 8 vibration chart? About 8 degrees a day, because it moves 1 degree a day in the natal chart. We're in the 8 vibration chart. Everything's moving 8 times faster. So we don't know if her moon Mercury is really angular or not. If it is, if her birth time is accurate within about 1 or 2 minutes, then this means that she has an exceptionally good ability to communicate with people. Oh my God, incredibly good. Like when she gives massages, people just start saying, oh, I had a rough day at work. Oh yeah, I feel that tension in your left shoulder. And, you know, it's just like, they just feel like she's a great person to just sit and have tea with, like the world's best person to hang out with, to just feel comfortable with. She's got that anyway because she has a moon Mercury, but if it's angular, it's a special kind of gift. But we need to see if more planets get involved to see if it's a system. So there are 2 things we can do. Is it aspecting anything else? No. So far, it does not look like she should become a sociologist or a psychologist. But the other thing we can do is look at midpoint structures. And we can look at midpoint structures in the birth chart and any vibrational chart. So I want to know, is this 4-year degree program a good idea? So I'm going to look at midpoints. You all following me? Remember the 4 things we look at. We look at midpoint structures and aspects. So I'm going to look at midpoints, and I'm going to look at only conjunctions and oppositions with a 1.5 degree orb. So you set your software up for just conjunctions and oppositions with a 1.5 degree orb, and we'll look at just the planets, just Sun through Pluto. We'll leave out the nodes and everything, just because we want to keep it simple and aspects, house cusps move too fast. So I'm going to see if there are any midpoints involving moon or Mercury, and moon is at Jupiter, Uranus. So I'll go back to the chart wheel. And this moon is opposition the midpoint of Jupiter and Uranus. Okay, so there's not a whole lot of support for this. Moon at Jupiter, Uranus is enthusiastic. So it says, you know, Anna, you're so people are so comfortable with you that it'll work out well. We'll have to look at the rest of your chart, but right now I'm a little bit concerned that you would, how can I say, that you would use your communication skills, your understanding, but right now it doesn't look like you're going to become Miss Psychologist. It looks like you're going to be a good therapist and communicator, but you should use your communication abilities as an adjunct ability with something else, as you are currently doing. I have no doubt that people like getting massages from you. One reason, there are other reasons, is because they feel comfortable and they feel like they can share with you. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
That is a part of your massage practice, right?
Yeah.
You say, yeah, but hesitantly. Either you're modest or it's not really true. I mean, do people,
It just depends. Sometimes I feel like I have to kind of gauge, some people are shy, so they don't start talking on their own. So I have to figure out like when I should shut up because they don't want to talk, or when I need to initiate the conversation just because they're too shy to do it, that kind of thing.
right. Okay. Looking at your chart, I think your ability for making those decisions and connecting with people as best as much as is possible. Some people are shy or whatever, but I think that you have better at this than you're expressing at the moment. I think you're very good at making those assessments and doing the best that's possible because of that Moon Mercury. So I'm not sure about this whole psychology thing. I think it can work out if you can work it into some basic context.
Well, my original plan is to get a master's in social work.
And why did you stop that?
Oh, I didn't stop that. That's after the 4 year. I'm about a junior, but obviously a part-time adult student. But my plan is to do master's in social work.
Okay, that sounds perfect. That sounds good. Yeah, you're going to use your Moon Mercury. Okay, now what I'm going to do, let's look at her midpoints. I'm going to go back to the original plan, and we're going to go. I went back to her birth chart. I just click on it here, and I'm going to look at the midpoints. And I'm going to pull up a pop-up wheel so that I can just see what's going on. And I see that I want to look at things that are extremely strong. She has Mercury at Jupiter, Uranus, 19-minute orb. Things under a half a degree are extremely powerful. Venus is at Sun, Moon, under half a degree orb. Jupiter's at Moon, Venus, under half a degree orb. Uranus is at Saturn, Neptune, under half a degree orb. She has a lot of midpoint structures under a half a degree orb. And I'm going to focus first, because we were talking about Moon and Mercury, is that her Moon is conjunct. Well, that's weak. Sorry, let's go to the strong ones. Venus at Sun, Moon, 23 minutes. So the Venus is in between Sun and Moon. It looks like it's in between, and it is almost exactly. And then Jupiter is opposite the Moon, Venus. So this is a very powerful configuration. And let me illustrate it for you. I'm taking some time with hers because we're learning the basics. The others will go through more quickly. But what we're going to, let me just illustrate that. Oh, you won't be able to see my graphics program. Never mind. I forgot I'm in Zoom and it won't show the other program at the moment. It's okay. Let me just pull this back up. Excuse me. Venus is at Sun, Moon, and Jupiter is opposition Moon, Venus. What does that tell us? What I know about her, and it's not obvious from her voice, because her voice sounds modest and quiet and, pleasant enough. but I'm seeing something that's not obvious from her voice, at least not obvious to me. Venus is at Sun Moon. And then you take the Venus Moon, and Jupiter is in between the Venus Moon. This is very similar to what we saw for Timothy Leary, where the midpoints are piled up on top of each other. Venus in between Sun Moon, and then you take the Venus Moon, and in between it is Jupiter. Jupiter's opposition to Moon Venus. What does it mean? It means she's very Venusian, because the two lights, Sun and Moon, have Venus, means that beauty is important, and Jupiter is big. Moon Venus means beauty that has soul, that has richness, that has history to it. It's like a piece of furniture in your house or jewelry or anything else that has a history, a soul to it. It has meaning, it conveys something. It's not just a light, spontaneous, contemporary thing. Jupiter means there's a celebration, a joy, a largeness about it. So what this means is that Anna needs to have a lot of love around her. Like, here you live in America, right? I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So here in America, a lot of people don't know their neighbors. They don't live with the family they grew up with. They don't have their friends from college or high school around them. They don't have a big festivity at Thanksgiving time. In the Midwest, I think maybe that's more common. People stay where they were brought up. Jupiter, Moon, Venus means the joy of just sharing, of being with people, of having kids run around. And so it means she needs a lot of love, a lot of expressiveness there. Like, life shouldn't always just be about going to work and getting through. Just kids playing outside. They're skipping rope and throwing a ball around or something and having a special dessert. There needs to be this in her life. She has a gift for being there and bringing warmth to the situation. I'm not picking up any of that from her. I'm just interpreting what the chart says. And again, the chart is telling us what will work for the person. Some people develop it, some people don't, but we're seeing the therapeutic process that works for her. Okay. So Anna, can you relate any of that to your life?
Yeah. I like everything that you just said. It sounds really nice to me.
Okay, now for vibrational astrology, we consider her answer to be a no. That was not a confirmation.
Well, I would feel weird saying like, yes, I do that. I don't really know if I do. Hopefully I do.
Hopefully you do is a no to me. So what we're looking at in vibrational astrology is we're saying that this is the most important thing going on in a person's life. And if the answer is, yeah, kind of, sort of, maybe, I'm not sure, that means no. Because we have very high standards in vibrational astrology. If something is not really clicking and connecting, if the person cannot give examples of this, of how bad they felt when it was Thanksgiving and there was nobody around, or something like this, or that everybody looks forward to their pumpkin pie or that they make with their grandma's recipe, something going on, there's no examples. It's not working from my point of view, because in vibrational astrology we have very high standards. Is that clear to everybody?
Mm-hmm.
We're not looking for, yeah, kind of, sort of, maybe stuff, because kind of, sort of, maybe, I interviewed something like 5,000 people in the 1970s. I told you the history. And if I got that answer, I put a red X next to it, meaning it didn't work.
I mean, I really believe in the power of relaxation being beneficial to people's lives. So yeah, when you're saying like the simple pleasures in life, I do think it's important to recognize those and appreciate them. And I think it's beneficial to your mental and physical health as well.
So this works into your professional work, getting people to relax,
Yeah, but what I mean is like, do I always succeed in doing that in my own life or creating that atmosphere for everyone around me? Probably not all the time, no.
Okay,
But I try to.
right. So here's another thing about vibrational astrology. And this may be different from other systems of astrology. We're not describing personality that's permanent. We're describing energy circuits that need to turn on periodically. So there's nothing that we will mention from the aspects that's like a disposition. The disposition is in the zodiac signs. Like if you have a lot of fire and a lot of Sagittarius, you have a disposition that tends to be, gregarious and so on. But we're not really talking about things that are fundamental. We're talking about a circuit that needs to be flipped on fairly regularly. I would say at least once a week or once every few weeks. Sometimes it's daily, where there is a freedom from worry, responsibility, pressure to breathe, to smell the flowers, to be alive, to appreciate love and kindness, and gentleness, and our history. The people that made things so that we can experience them and enjoy them. And often, what Jupiter, Moon, Venus does is there'll be like guides for hiking, and people go out and they see the beautiful lake and the river, and the fall leaves in the autumn. It's we can do this. We don't have to always be thinking about achieving Mars, responsibility, Saturn. Everything doesn't have to be about some long lasting, feed the hungry and be a savior to the world or whatever, or pay your bills. Why not just be together?
That
And
is crazy you say that, because that is one of my favorite things to do is like go hiking or go to the creek. And when I do see like the leaves change or the spring flowers, it does make me feel like really happy.
bingo. Now we found it. Now we found it. Now,
Like it almost feels stronger than like being in love when I see like all the leaves changed colors. Like it just makes me feel really good.
wow. She just described Jupiter at Moon, Venus, and Venus at Sun, Moon. Wow, I can't express it any better than that. It's like better than being in love. Jupiter at Moon, Venus, Venus at Sun, Moon. Whew. Wow, I'm telling you, I feel very emotional right now.
Mhm.
I just went from red X, this is wrong, to OMG. Oh my God. Okay, can everybody feel that? And do you feel also the process that we use in vibrational astrology? We have very high levels of requirements. Now, you may say, well, David, I think, she just is, this isn't scientific. She just found an example. I also go hiking but this is, the consultation is not a scientific experiment. It's your sensitivity to what's going on. And just my sensitivity to experience was the first one was wrong. And, when talked about it, but this is it. Because what happens in vibrational astrology, I said that the aspects are what you do, not how you do it. What she does. She goes on that hike. She looks at those leaves. It's better than falling in love. There's something healing. There's something right. It's like there's something right in the world. Like you were made to be here. Because moon means there's history. This is nature. Nature's been evolving for how many hundreds of thousands or millions of years to shed her leaves in the autumn, and the joy of that experience. the richness, the vastness of it. We're made to be part of this. So what happens is in the very simple things that people do, you know, they take their dog for a walk, whatever, you know, just like little things, they go bowling on Friday night, whatever little things people are doing, sometimes have tremendous importance and meaning. So, you know, I feel glad again that you're doing those things, and they're very important. And what you may not fully realize is the extent to which this can be a gift to others. First, you have to give it to yourself. Just enjoy, you know, life. And, you know, if you take somebody on a walk with you, what the effect it can have on them can be so much greater than anything you ever imagined. You know,
Mhm.
I mean, it can be like you take a kid with you, and that kid will be talking about that to his mom and dad for the next 10 years. You know, I went on a walk up the hill with Aunt Diana, and boy, and we looked at the butterfly. It's like, holy smokes. Because the things that are in your chart are alive and vibrant and real, and their impact is much greater than we even realize. And pointing out Venus is focused here, pointing out what's, ooh, look at that butterfly. Ooh, oh, Aunt Diana, look at the blue one. Oh my God, you know, this little stuff is massive. Okay, so those are things that you can share as well, because they're so beautiful, and they're things that you are, and that you can, everything we are, we can share. Okay, so it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and yeah, so you know, with your psychology, you're using a lot of this in your therapy now, and these might give you some hints and ideas about where things could go in the future. I'm going to stop here because we have a limited amount of time. I'm going to just jump over to someone else. You can imagine we want to go on to the next steps, but I want to bring a lot of people into this. Are you guys starting to get the feeling of how we do the quick readings? We see the critical thing, we see the thing that can be expressed. And what's really important is we're not validating what the client tells us. If the purpose of astrology was to just validate, oh my God, astrology works, that's great for you, doesn't really do much for your client. What we're going to do is we're going to tell the client things that they don't completely know or appreciate, and make them more aware of it. So we've made Anna more aware of how this little part of her life is something that is a resource that she can engage in more and utilize more.
And thank you. I feel like I just had like a dream come true having a little mini reading from you.
Okay.
So thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Beautiful. So the idea of the astrology is to inform us and bring out this cosmic code. It's like a genetic code. There's this code that's there. It's not just like genes. They turn on and turn off when activated by different things. And we see how the person's activated it, what resources they have. You're able to tell people about resources they don't even know they have, or the extent of them. You're seeing into something that's beneath the level of their experience to help inform them about resources that they can utilize and what's going on. Does it make sense? Everybody with me? Okay. Richard, who else do we have? Or should I just pull one off the list here?
Yeah, just pull one off the list.
Okay. So I'm going to go up here. You know what? Instead of me scrolling all over the place, whoever can type the fastest, I'll do your chart. So just type it in again, and we will. Jerry types fast. Maybe he copied and pasted. He might have cheated. I have a bad sense of humor. Okay, so I'm going to go in here, and let's do Jerry. And March 12, 1959, 11:13 p.m. Seattle. what I do is I always look very carefully. March 12, 1959, 11:13 p.m. Seattle. That's the 18 Scorpio rising. Okay.
That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Jerry. All right. Does he have any aspects with under a 1-degree orb? These would be things that are not missing in his life. I'm showing you this, at the end of this 4 hours, if you have the stamina to work through this, maybe you have to, take some of it and come back and watch the recording, whatever. My goal is that after 4 hours, you can do this yourself. What do? Look at the chart and look at the pretty lines. If you have a program that'll show these, there's some technical details about orbs. We'll talk about that later at the end. But do you see anything with under a 1-degree orb? Anybody want to type in? Or Jerry, you've got the mic, so you can also talk if you want.
Jupiter, Pluto, and Saturn, Neptune.
Right. So Jupiter, Pluto is half a degree orb. Now, those are outer planets. And we really want inner planets for this. So, Pluto is near the midheaven, but it's 2 degrees, 1.5 degrees, could be closer, could be further, depending on the birth time. I don't really want to get into outer planet stuff here. Saturn, Neptune, the Saturn, Neptune is pretty tight, but I want to just focus on anything that really pops out with an inner planet. I didn't tell you that before, but we're learning as we move along here. Somebody says Mars, Uranus. Look how thin that line is. And it's also more than a degree orb. So I just want to see if anything stands out. Here's one of those 16th things. We can get to that later. One I see is the Sun Neptune. Look at the big fat glyph. And this is a sesquiquadrat. It's 135 degrees. And a little trick for seeing it is you take, to see what the orb is you take the lower number of degrees, like 6 and 21. 6 is smaller than 21, and add 15. So if you add 15 to the planet with the lower number of degrees, you can see what the orb is. So I add 15 to 6, I get 21. I compare 21 degrees 39 minutes to 21 degrees 58 minutes, and I see that's a very small orb, roughly about 20 minutes. So you have some kind of a Sun-Neptune inner hard aspect. You also have some kind of Venus-Uranus inner hard aspect. You already know what I'm going to do. What am I going to do? To better understand his Sun-Neptune and his Venus-Uranus. Anybody have any ideas? I'm to better understand those aspects. Okay, don't worry about the orb. You don't need to know about the orb. I shouldn't have told you that. Forget about the orb. It's a fat line. That we understand, right? It's fat. It's fat and it's got a big glyph on it. That's all we need to know. There's a big fat red thing between Sun and Neptune. That's all you need to know. And there's a big fat red thing between Venus and Uranus, not quite as fat, and it's dashed. Those red things mean they're hard aspects. All you need to know is red, hard, like squares. I want to understand these hard things. What do? I always go to 8. It is true. I could go to 2. I could go to 4. But for reasons I won't go into here, we always go to 8. It's simple. Just go to 8. Let me say it again. Red is like a stop sign, like something hard, squares, oppositions, these other things. And to understand these other ones that are not the usual conjunction, opposition, square, I go to 8. Is that clear? I should have said that in the first place. I said a bunch of gibberish that wasn't as clear before. But let me say this new idea. Look at the red things that are not the aspects you're familiar with. They're not conjunctions, oppositions, squares, and go to 8 because it will make them more visible. What we're doing is we're going up to 8 vibration land, and then they become basic in that vibration. And how they become basic, we'll find out when we select it. We go to 8, and let me go back to the natal chart. This was Sun, Neptune, and a Venus, Uranus. When I go to 8, The Sun Neptune is now a tight conjunction, and the Venus Uranus is now a pretty strong opposition. So now I can look at his Sun Neptune and see if there are any things that it's doing. So Sun Neptune tells me that Jerry is what? What do we know about Jerry? He's a Sun Neptune person. It's under 1 degree. Neptune is aspecting Jupiter here. Sun to Saturn. It's doing some things. Moon is too far away. It's 15 degrees. He is a Sun Neptune person, and there are some aspects coming off some of the planets. It means it's getting reinforced. They're not like completely isolated. And then I will look at midpoint structures to see if more is going on. But Neptune is doing something with Jupiter, and Sun is doing something to Saturn. All you need to know now is that if you see lines coming out of it, it's getting more energy. Neptune's getting a little bit of Jupiter energy. Sun is getting a little bit of Saturn energy. So he's got a Sun Neptune, and it is getting fed with some more stuff. That's all you need to know. Living the dream daily. Exactly. It means that he's a dreamer. Jerry is a dreamer. He's a dreamer. He wants to be a multimillionaire, or he wants to, become enlightened, or he wants to be a rock star, or he's just not. It doesn't matter if all of his planets are in Earth signs. He can have all of his planets in Earth signs. He can have Capricorn rising. He's still a dreamer because the aspects will overpower that. He lives for a dream. We don't know what the dream is. It might be materialistic. It might be, God, what would it be like to be a multimillionaire? But he's essentially a person who cannot just have practical goals like, I'll major in this because I can get a good job and then I can retire in 30 years. Oh my God, no. Don't ever do that to your children who have Sun Neptune. They've got a dream. They've got to have a vision of some kind that's beyond personal security. People that want to be multimillionaires are not looking for personal security. They're looking for a dream. So nice, secure, stable, well-structured life is going to lead to emotional problems. The 8 vibration chart is the driving force of the chart. It's showing the basic dynamic driving things. Okay. And the other thing we see is the Venus Uranus, and it's getting fed a little bit also. Venus connects to Moon, Uranus to Pluto. There's some things coming off it. And Venus Uranus means that his attraction to beauty is in the moment. Jerry must dance or be involved in music. Must. He's got to be an audiophile, like somebody who's like very strong into music or dance. He needs excitement. His romantic relationships need to have an element of surprise. They can't just be like you just get used to each other and you raise a bunch of kids and you're best friends. Not enough. He needs that spark. He needs a little rock and roll or jazz or something. So he's a dreamer and a bit of a live wire. Now that's not his personality. I don't know what his personality is. He might be the most boring guy wearing gray clothes every day. I don't know. I have no idea. Because we're not talking about personality. We're talking about circuits that have to get turned on periodically. So these are basic fundamental needs and forces in his life of what he needs to make things work. Yeah. So Jerry, I'm going to look at some more things, the midpoints, but before I do, does that make any sense?
Yep, you got it. I'm pretty much an audiophile. I love music. I have all kinds of music around me. And then the dreams, yeah, absolutely. I'm a dreamer. I was always known as a dreamer as a kid. And I use my dreams on a regular basis. I'm in the advertising business, which is active dreaming for a lot of people.
Yep. Yep. You're in advertising. You're showing people the dream, the vision.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So the sun is a very important for career, because sun shows you what you can do. It's the light of day. It's not just thinking about it. It's not, sun Neptune means you can do it. You can do it. The dream. What's the dream? You know, you light people's imagination with what it is. And again, that imagination can be anything that
Right.
seems like to die for. Like, oh, if I met Justin Bieber, I will just die, you know, or whatever. Or if I won the lottery, oh my God, like the most marvelous, spectacular thing. If I had front row seats at the, you know, basketball game, you never know what it is that's just so incredibly amazing to people. And for each person, it's different. That's Neptune.
I also lead 2 manifestation groups, Power of 8 groups. Don't know if you know what that is, but it's essentially using active imagination for healing and for changing people's lives in groups.
Right. So your Neptune is doing something we haven't noticed yet. The active imagination and so on. This means that your Neptune's involved in some kind, and your Sun and Neptune are involved in some kind of configuration that we haven't seen yet. Probably with Mars, maybe Jupiter. There's even more going on than this, because the active imagination, it's the way that's like doing. How do you make your imagination work for you? So there's some large configuration going on with the Sun and Neptune that's even bigger than what we're seeing already. But we have identified what Jerry does. We can label him an audiophile. He's got more musical stuff that he accesses than probably 90% of the population. So he's engaged in that, and he's engaged in Neptune activities. This is what he does. And that's what the vibrational chart tells you, what the force and momentum is. And if you do those things, doesn't mean your life is happy and simple, but it's meaningful, and it generally leads to success. And I'm getting, Jerry, that you're having success with these things, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yes,
it's working. Okay. Okay. So the orb is 1 degree in the natal chart. I didn't make this clear. Not in the vibrational charts. In the vibrational charts, we use much bigger orbs. Like you can go out to 8 degrees easily for conjunctions. I'll talk more about orbs later, but actually you don't need to be concerned about orbs. Just look at the lines. And if they're conjunct within 4 or 5 degrees in a vibrational chart, it's strong. So for conjunctions 4 or 5 degrees, otherwise look at how thick the lines are. He's got some thick lines coming out of all these configurations. The other thing I can do is I can look at the midpoints in the vibrational chart, and Sun and Neptune are not doing much here, but they must be doing something somewhere else. So let's go back to his birth chart, and we'll look at the midpoints there. And we see Moon at Saturn, Pluto, Jupiter at Sun, Uranus are tight. The others are over 0.5 degree. Now, right, yeah, no, in the vibrational chart, much larger orbs. That 1 degree is just restricted to the natal chart. I'm just looking at your comments and restating things. Now, let me show you the next step here, one of the next steps. I'm going to look at his Jupiter, Sun, Uranus. This is a very nice thing. This one looks a little nasty. He's got one that looks pleasant and one that looks nasty. Jupiter, Sun, Uranus is very difficult to express in a negative way. Jupiter makes things big. Uranus makes them spontaneous. Jupiter, Uranus leads to spontaneity. Sun is the actual what's happening. This is a very enthusiastic, bouncy kind of energy. Moon at Saturn, Pluto is very restrictive, very severe. They sometimes will go on retreats or fasting or any number of things that is severe with Moon at Saturn Pluto. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up a pop-up wheel, and so we can visualize it. Here's his Moon at 4 Taurus, squeezed right between Saturn and Pluto. It's a grand trine. And what's interesting is Pluto is 2, Moon is 4, Saturn is 6 degrees. 2 degrees, 4 degrees, 6 degrees. Moon is in the middle. And there's the midpoint. So Saturn Pluto means compulsive focus on what's essential. It strips to the bare bones. So Moon at Saturn Pluto is stripping to the bare bones of what our history really is, what our hangups from childhood really are. It's like a super Freudian kind of uncovering, like unmasking, Moon at Saturn Pluto. Now we already know this is 3 vibration, and because it's grand trine, Jupiter at Sun Uranus at 1 Sag, Jupiter's in Sagittarius. That's going to reinforce it. We do use signs in between Sun and Uranus. This buoyant, lively Jupiter, Sun, Uranus, I want to know more about it. So I'm going to look at to see if it's in a vibration. So I'm going to go to midpoints. No, I'm sorry. I'm going to go to listing. And this is the feature that you won't have in other programs. I won't spend a lot of time on it, but it is handy for certain situations. And I select this feature, direct midpoint structures. And what it will do is it will tell me if the Jupiter at Sun Uranus is in a particular vibration. And here it is. It's in 23 vibration. So this is telling me, I can zoom this in so it's bigger font. I forgot to do that, but it says Jupiter's is opposition Sun Uranus with a 28-minute orb. It's a 23 vibration, and they remain within 11 degrees in the 23 vibration chart. This means that if I go to the 23 vibration chart, I will see that Jupiter and Sun Uranus are conjunct. Okay, that's a lot of information. Let me make it simple. In Jerry's natal chart, Jupiter is in between Sun and Uranus. And there are some techniques, they're not essential, but more advanced techniques, where I find out that they're also vibrating in 23. This means that Jerry is very good in speculation, in like analyzing statistics, like the probability, the likelihood of something. He could be good in investments, for example, stocks, bonds, whatever, or he could be good at just guessing where things are going to go. It's a love of risks. Can also have fun with games of risk. Jupiter, Sun, Uranus enjoys the joy and surprise of finding out what will happen. And 23 accentuates the emphasis on what risks can be taken, what the outcomes. It appreciates innovation, people that take risks and succeed, with the understanding that you can take risks, you'll fail 4 times, but that 5th time when you succeed is worth it all. It's the story of Jupiter at Sun Uranus. So we get a fairly specific storyline of what is likely to happen. Yes, Anna, very good. 23 is the home. Yeah, you're right, Anna. I won't reiterate what you're referring to, but that's correct.
Home run guy. I like that.
The home run guy. What it is there's a baseball player who had one of the worst batting averages of all time. It was like 230 batting average, but he still managed to play because he had a lot of home runs. And what he did is he swung for the fences, and he had an unusual swing. So he took the risk. He didn't use the swing that most other players use. He made it to the major leagues. He hit a lot of home runs, but he struck out a lot. And this is what 23 vibration often does. They experiment with, like, what's the probability, and take risks, things like that.
Well, I'm a strategist as well, and I'm a futurist, and
Oh my
I have
God.
I'm an entrepreneur, and in my business, I make presentations to clients, and I have to place several bets when I do that. So I have to present 3 different ideas, right? One of them is going to win.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. There it is. So the vibrational chart tells you what people do. It's just mind-boggling is what it is. I mean, you go in very, very specifically with what the potential behavior is. Now, not everybody, somebody could be born at the same time and place as Jerry and not be doing any of these things. Somehow he's made the right decisions to activate this higher potential. He's excited about it. It means something to him. When he has to do it, he gets involved. He tends to succeed at it. It shows you where your meaningful life is. It shows you where the challenge is. And the thing about coming into your essence, your divine plan, is the divine plan isn't easy. It's not like you're going to be fat and happy, unless it's a Venus Jupiter thing, maybe. But for most of us, it shows where the meaningful path is, the growth, the contribution, the life is. That's where the life is. And I can feel from Jerry like he is alive in this, and it's meaningful. He's succeeding in it, and he's learning all the time. And it's what he does. It's the way he's built. It's not the way I'm built or you're built, but can you feel that it's the way he is built? Yeah, it's unbelievable. It really is. It's really unbelievable.
Yeah, it's good job. Home run. I have struck out many times too. So, but I've learned from my losses, right? So
yeah,
that's part of taking risks.
Yes. Yes, you will strike out. And if you weren't this far along in your life, you were born in 1959, you've moved along and you figured this stuff out. Let's say I was talking to you when you were 20 or something, and suppose you just struck out, you had $1,000, you just spent it and lost it all. I would be saying, hang in there, bro. You're going to just hang in there, and I would go over what went wrong and so on, because 23 always strikes out. I mean, the home run guy struck out a lot, literally. But
I was fired from my first job.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah.
And a couple others along the way.
Yeah. But Jupiter at Sun Uranus will win in the end as long as it's got stamina. That moon, and which it often doesn't. Some Jupiter Sun Uranus people just gamble, lose, gamble, lose, gamble, lose. That moon at Saturn Pluto may have something to do with being able to get through the rough times. Moon at Saturn Pluto can go without enough heat in the house or what. I mean, it will put it, it will go through the difficult times if it sees that if it can be helpful.
Yeah, I've been through my hermit periods.
Yeah,
so to speak.
Yeah. Well, you've got an interesting chart because you got the moon, Saturn, Pluto, the hermit, and then you got this bouncy and futurist stuff going on. The futurist stuff is the bigger thing. But anyway, so it's interesting. And then,
yeah, it's contrast.
Yeah, you got a contrast going on. And anyway, we've hit many of the significant things in Jerry's life. He's an audiophile, blah, blah, blah. We've hit upon these things. Now, if we go to the next steps of the quick reading, we're going to pick up more and more and more. The idea is that we can get right to the heart of what a person should be doing. I'm not talking so much about his personality and so a little bit, but it right away you can just tune in. It's really amazing. I mean, I have quick conversations all the time with people, and I just say, "Well, why don't you try this?" And they go, "Oh my God!" It's like, "That's it. That's it. How did you know that?" Well, you have this whole midboard configuration in your 8 Viper. No, I don't tell them that, but that's what I'm actually looking at. Okay. And the other thing is, in doing this, is I'm relying on the chart to inform me. Remember when I talked to Anna, I said, no, it's not working. Then we found out, oh my God, it is working. The honesty is important. Okay, so intercepted signs and houses. No, we don't use that. Now, the thing with VA is we believe, those of us, the people I've trained in VA all agree that astrology really works. And we've only discovered a tiny bit of it that we actually validate with databases. I mean, you can do it scientifically, you can do it psychologically, you can do it with clients. I mean, however you want to look at it. If you don't like science, fine, just use it with your clients. If you don't like clients and you like science, do the science. No matter how you look at it, it really works. And we've only uncovered a tiny bit. So what we do is we take any new idea and we put it through the controlled research studies. And if they don't work there, we don't use them, because if it doesn't work in the controlled research studies, we have so many other things that do. So let's just use what's in front of us to use. But we haven't done the studies that confirm anything about most of astrology. So most astrology probably works, but we haven't incorporated it in because we haven't been able to validate it. So we're building a system that's rock solid and that works very consistently. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, David.
Hey, Jerry, welcome. You're very welcome. Okay. So let's see. We've got about 15, 20 minutes. Okay. I'll do Nancy. I'm just laughing at all these birds that are flying in here. Obviously, we're only going to be able to do a few. Let's do Nancy. January 29, 1956. 2246. Or as we say in the United States, 10:46 p.m., Royal Oak, Michigan. Okay. So there's Nancy. The thing I always stop and slow down with is typos with birth date. I do it all the time. January 29, 1950. It's the only thing we're responsible for. I mean, technically, is get the data in there properly. 10:46. Where am I? PM, Royal Oak, Michigan. Okay. It's the 9 Libra rising. Okay. You guys ready for another example? We're going to add a little bit more. Each one we do, we'll learn a little bit more of the 4 steps. And what we're saying is we're going to find out some essential things about what Nancy is built to do, is the way we can put it in this lifetime. What do you all see? Anything with less than a 1 degree orb? Anything stand out with less than a 1 degree orb? Come on, guys, go ahead and type something in.
Uranus, Neptune.
Yeah, the Uranus, Neptune, the Moon, Venus. Oh my God, some charts, you can actually see things in the birth chart. Some you can't. You have to go into the midpoints and the vibrational charts. But yeah, I mean, her stuff is, look at it. I mean, whoa. Moon, Venus, and Uranus, they're all tied together. Let's see what the orbs are. Moon, Venus is slightly over a degree. The Venus, Uranus is super thick with a fat glyph. This is super thick with a fat glyph. The square is super fat. It's a half a degree orb. She's got some kind of Moon, Venus, Uranus, Neptune thing, and it looks like Moon and Venus might be at the Uranus, Neptune midpoint. Right? So let's go to the midpoints to see if Moon and Venus are in between Uranus and Neptune. Looks like they are, but the orbs might be doing funny things. So I'm going to go to the midpoints. And Moon is at Uranus, Neptune 1 degree. Venus 10 minutes. Oh my God. Holy moly. I don't say this to clients, by the way. I don't look at their chart. Oh my God. You scare the heck, woolies out of them. But we're having fun here as astrologers. So her Venus is exactly like 10 minutes, very, very tightly at Uranus, Neptune, and they're all connected. So now I look at it and I can see, I'm yelling. My wife always tells me, stop yelling. I'm sorry. So the Venus is at Uranus, Neptune. the lines are fat. It's right in between them. And now I can see the moon lines are weaker and the midpoint is weaker. So it's primarily Venus and Uranus, Neptune with the moon coming in weaker. Is that clear to everybody? What does it mean? Is it clear, and what does it mean? She is a big Venus, Uranus, Neptune person. Big. What does it mean? So the moon is weaker. We're going to focus on the tight part. We have a phrase in vibrational astrology: orbs are everything. The orb is how much current is going through. This is not a symbolic language of just, whatever. It's an actual circuit. You're looking at an actual circuit. Venus is in a circuit with Uranus, Neptune, and there are thinner wires going to the moon. They're thinner, they're weaker. Vibrational astrology is way simpler than other systems of astrology because you don't have to use some, vague rules. It's what you see is what you get. It's a fat Venus, Uranus, Neptune. So big actions directed towards big dreams. Where's action? Well, hard aspects, I guess. Attracting dreams in the moment. Yeah. Beauty dreamer in the moment. That's the one I like best. Anybody else? Must have the dream of beauty now. I love that. Music lover. Yes, that ends up being true. And we'll talk about why. So what this means is that her attraction to beauty is way totally bonkers out there. Uranus, Neptune is the psychic combination. Neptune is not psychic, contrary to popular opinion, nor is Uranus by itself. Uranus, Neptune is what throws you out of normal reality. Just, think of Timothy Leary, how he went out of reality, quite literally. So, reality meaning mundane. I'm not being philosophical here. I mean, just mundane, average, ordinary, plain vanilla stuff. So her Uranus, Neptune is it means that her beauty has got to be out of this world. So she needs to be in a world of magical beauty, fairies and angels, or, Renoir or Michelangelo. I don't know if it's sophisticated or I don't know if it's light, groovy, new age stuff. I don't know that yet. But what I do know is that this lady is not made for, just ordinary whatever she was exposed to, like just normal rock and roll music or normal country music, just normal, it's got a little groovy hip hop cool thing to it. Not enough. She needs she needs the violins, the harps, the angels, or something distorted, like maybe it's totally whacked out and distorted and, what do they call it? Gothic or something. Like, anyway, she's not, she shouldn't marry a nice guy. Last thing you should do is marry a nice guy who's a tax accountant and works 9 to 5 and is very pleasant and sweet. Boring. Let somebody else, let your cousin marry that guy. So this is what we're seeing now. Maybe she did marry a nice guy who's an accountant and takes care of things. That's nice, nothing wrong with it. But her soul is going to be hungry. Her soul is going to be, she's not going to be thrilled. There's something empty. She's the kind of person who can have everything and be empty.
Oh my God, that's so true. And I combine it all. I combine the angels, I combine the Michelangelo with the new age funky. Yeah, definitely. And I did marry the 9 to 5 guy. It lasted 30 years, but I felt my soul was empty.
Yeah, you did it. You did it. You did the 30-year stint, which leaves you hollow. So yeah, you might have gotten some beautiful children out of it or for whatever other reason, but it's not your destiny. It's not your magic. It's not what makes Nancy Nancy. What you do with the chart is you find out, like when we're talking to Jerry, can you feel like Jerry is Jerry, right? Jerry's Jerry. He's doing his futuristic thing, whatever. He is who he is. He's doing his gig. We want each person to be doing their gig. And, that's just going to be one hollow way. And so she's mixing it all up. She's using the light new age stuff, throw in the mic on, well, it doesn't matter. Heavy duty, light, as long as it's magical, she'll take it all, right? Nancy, is what you're saying.
Absolutely. And I got two beautiful daughters who actually think that I'm mentally unstable and have told that to their friends for years.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you need to be, quote, mentally or emotionally unstable. Venus at Uranus, Neptune means you're supposed to be quirky. I mean, look, what's interesting, somebody's quirky and they succeed, then everybody celebrates it. And they go, oh, well, they're a genius or something. So, but if you're not rich and famous, then they just think you're nuts. But yeah, I mean, paint your house different colors and put up pictures of whatever. Just, you cannot be restrained with Uranus, Neptune.
That's right. Yeah, and I don't restrain myself in that way. I've painted my house all different colors. I am definitely an artist and a, writer and move into the healing realms. I've tried all these things. Yeah.
And it took some time, Nancy, is what I'm hearing, for you to start painting your house all kinds of colors, or was there some of that happening even when you were married and all that?
No, I think we bought a house that was white. I immediately, within, price range, like being able to afford to paint it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I painted it pink, purpley pink. Mauve. It's mauve. I have a crooked fence outside, but it's not crooked. It's asymmetrical.
Yeah. How dare we call it a crooked? Yeah. Okay. So you were always expressing this. You got the pinks and the lilacs and the mauves going. So it was always there. And now in your old age, as we jokingly say, you're really cutting loose in even more conspicuously. I think.
Well, I hope so. I don't know if I am or I'm not.
Okay. So
I'd like to.
So it's always been there. You've always allowed yourself to be freewheeling with this stuff.
Yeah, now I don't kind of keep it in the closet when I speak to people about it.
Right. Okay. So the important thing is, even though she married this nice, standard sort of guy, thank God he's nice, right? So, I mean, it's not all bad. So, and got these two beautiful daughters. She did not let that force her to a conventional style. She allowed herself to be quirky and, make the interesting fence and the interesting, all the colors. She was doing her thing. So I'm liking this guy more and more because he didn't prevent you, or you didn't allow him, or he didn't care, for whatever reason, from the most essential and important parts of yourself. Right?
Absolutely right. And actually back before pandemic, I mean, my girls are, I don't know, almost like 27, 28, 29, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Back before it was what we do now, I actually homeschooled them and that was like way out back then. It was,
oh yeah.
Like, what's wrong? Are they slow learners? No, I just don't believe in the way that the school system is run and what they're teaching, and stifling creativity. I saw their friends losing their, they were all in music programs together, and their friends stopped being creative. They stopped playing, and my girls still did all that. And I didn't like to see that killed in them, which is what I know that the school system does. So, and now we're moving, many more moms are moving into that now because, well, they're being forced into it and making that choice. But yeah, kind of an innovator there. And yeah, my ex, he just went along with it because you just did. I think it was maybe easier to go along than to fight me.
Well, good for him. He ends up being a little bit of a hero in this story just by being tolerant. So, I mean, homeschooling in those days is, like you said, totally weird. I mean, people would do it if they were strict Catholic, Christians or something, but not for creativity purposes. People didn't get it, even that short time. You, my friends, we are all hearing the wonders of Venus at Uranus, Neptune. Can you feel it? It's in the energy flow. It doesn't mean any particular symptom would happen, but she didn't send her kids to schools. It would be death. She saw her friends of her kids slowly dying, not picking up that instrument, and all they're going to do is play scales or arpeggios or whatever. And it's like, whoa, they're stopped being kids when they're 8 or 9. This is not right. This is death. One thing I often say is that everybody brings a truth. And, when you shift from one client to another, you enter a different modality of truth. Talking to Anna, we're in like one area of truth. Talking to Jerry, we're in one area of truth. Talking to Nancy, we're in the truth of preserving wonder and magic. So what happened?
And also for the Neptune part in the school, I mean, that was like the bigger dream of, I wanted to change the whole educational system. I even tried to get people together that I thought would maybe influential people, but it didn't work.
It didn't work. What I'm hearing from you, Nancy, somewhere in your chart, maybe it's in, the 8 vibration chart, wherever it is, you have something that makes sense. It's probably a Mercury, Jupiter, Saturn kind of thing. So you were able to successfully, manage affairs, make practical decisions, because the Venus, Uranus, Neptune by itself doesn't have that kind of competency. So it's more like the dropout hippie syndrome, where the person just says, I'm not sending my schools to that place of robots and put them in prison. And then the kids are just, eating terrible food like chocolate and candy all day, and they're running around and they don't take a bath at night and all those things, that you have to do when you send them to school. It sounds like, you had some structure and some, let's say, healthy feeling to it. So you have something else in your chart that enabled this to not just go flaky, right?
I hope so.
Yeah.
And the I think part of the reason that going for the bigger collective transforming the educational system didn't work is because all the people that I connected with, well, they're all men, but and it had to do with like probably the Venus thing there, but they all thought, okay, well, she just wants a relationship with me, or I want one with her. And it's like, no, I don't want any of that.
We have to laugh. We're going to laugh or cry, right? So we may as well laugh about it. But oh God, I mean, the whole patriarchal thing is so disgusting. That can happen so often. So, yeah. Now, another thing I want to share with you is how in the vibrational astrology reading, you can get on the wavelength with your client. You can speak their language. You can share with them. We have all these words in psychology like reframing and so on. But basically, I get in tune with the flow and confirm, yeah, I get it. And it's true that I understand where she's coming from. Can you feel that happening just in these little bits and pieces? Because this is what you can do with your client. You can enter their world. You can feel it. And, so far it's been, reinforcing, positive. But there are times I'm with the client and I go, well, wait a minute. When you did this homeschooling thing, and I'm not so congratulatory and positive, and I'm saying, I'm getting more a feeling of, did these kids take a bath at night or in the morning? Did they have breakfast? I mean, because that is my concern with these kind of Venus, Uranus, Neptune. But I'm getting this sense from her that something else must have kicked in. And if we look at enough of her chart, we'll see it. Everybody following me about attuning with the client and everything?
I often kind of wonder, if it's how much of it is my part and how much of it was them being born to a mother who was going to raise them like this. They had to already have some of these qualities within them. I mean, because they're definitely self-starters. They know how to interact with people, all kinds of people, and talk like they've always known how to interact with adults, children. They can have conversations. They're they excel. They've focused on what they want to do in life. But I don't know how much of that was me or how much of that was them.
Mm.
Because they play it. They're part of this, right?
Yes. Yeah. And I mean, the obvious thing is that it is both.
Yeah.
It is both. Because if you had a kid, we can do their charts, but it sounds like they don't have, Sun, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Grand Cross exact in their 11 vibration chart, because if they did, it's not going to run quite as smooth of a story. So no matter what you do. So yeah, I mean, it's a combination of things. Definitely. Definitely. I mean, the way the storyline works out is going to be very different given different children, different circumstances, different town you live in. And, that's the way it worked out for you. But yeah, the whole storyline could have been considerably different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was lucky.
Yeah, you were. I mean, in the sense that the two girls were, have the independence and the maturity and the enthusiasm to follow what you presented, and it worked out. And you managed to put the pieces of the puzzle together. So, these are all the things that can be explored. I mean, we could do the kids' charts, find out what's going on with them, and then you can do the compatibility. I mean, this can go on and on and on and on. Yeah. And then you start to learn about everything that's going on. But nothing happens in a vacuum. And one thing that's important is there's no secret formula that's only in your chart. Every one of us is bound to everybody else, and everything is happening in a context. So, we know this because when you look at those chart comparisons, what happens between you and your daughters, it's going to be there. And if they had different charts and different connection to you, it would work out differently. But what a great story. I mean, that is one of the happiest Venus, Uranus, Neptune stories I've heard in a long time. It doesn't usually work out that nicely. Because it becomes, the emptiness, the hollowness, the lack of being pragmatic sends people off in weird ways. So you have something going on somewhere that enabled you to manage this in a practical way, which not every Venus, Uranus, Neptune can do. Okay, and congratulations. Love to meet the kids. I love kids. I mean, they're in their late 20s, but when you get as old as me, everybody's a kid. Okay. All right. Well, we did a pinch of Nancy's chart. We're on the hour here, so we're ready for another 5-minute break. Before we take the break, what's important to me, most important, is that by the end of this, did we already do 3 hours? 12 to 3? We've done 3 hours, right? So we have 1 hour left. So I was thinking we only were halfway. We're already 3/4 through. So we have only 1 hour left. So my goal is, if I'm adding this right, I have no sense of time. It's really a problem. A lot of things. So much for my Taurus stellium. But anyway, what's most important to me is that you guys can do some of this, believe it or not, that after this 4 hours, you could say, okay, let me look at those things within a 1 degree orb. Let me look at the midpoint structures. Let me try this Venus's attraction to beauty, and just kind of put it together. I'll tell you one story before we break. My wife, Faye, was studying with me, I don't know, it must have been 20 years ago or something, and learning the vibrational astrology. And one weekend, I was invited up to upstate New York to do a 1-day seminar with this group of people up there. And the same thing happened that's happening here, is that everybody wanted me to do their chart, but it was live, it was right there with them. And there's no way I can do all their charts, and it wasn't going to happen. So during the breaks, they went to Faye, and Faye started doing their charts, doing the quick readings, not so different from what we're doing now. And that day, she went from being kind of a beginner to being a professional in one day. Because when you're forced to do it and you just start using the language, it actually works. So all you have to do is just start thinking, okay, David said Venus is attraction to beauty. Venus, and you start, before you know it, you're saying things that are connecting right to the person. So my hope is that after today, you would have enough confidence that you know how to bring up the vibrational charts in any software, look at the midpoint structures, and start doing this, at least a little bit. Okay, let's take a break. I have 6 minutes after the hour. We'll be back at 11 minutes after the hour. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, I've got 10 minutes after. We'll start in a minute or two. I want to check my notes. Okay. If you have any questions or thoughts, I can answer those before we get rolling on the last part of our meeting today. Let's see who will do Chris King. Chris, November 8, 1965, 2:48 p.m. Columbus, Missouri. Oh, is MS Missouri or Mississippi? I forget.
That's Mississippi.
Mississippi. Okay.
And I was born in a military hospital, so the time is probably pretty close.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good thing about military hospitals for astrologers, right? So. Okay, I'm going to enter one more and then we'll get rolling here. Penny, July 2nd, 1949, 8:34 p.m. Lakewood. Oh, Lakewood.
I sent Penny a message because that's where I'm at, Lakewood, Ohio.
Lakewood, Ohio is on the radar today.
You bet.
Okay. All right. So is this right? We're on our last 45 minutes. Do I have this right? 12 to 4. Seems like, I don't know. I lost an hour somewhere. Okay. So I have, if you have any thoughts or questions, this is a good time before I go into the next example of this. I have a question that was emailed to me. I want to do this one.
Penny's mic is open.
Yeah. So I have this question. Application of using vibrational astrology chart reading for energy medicine practitioners in regards to therapeutic applications in person and distance healing. Okay. You can already see that vibrational astrology is perfect for healing and therapy because the chart is not telling us what a person is. It's telling us what this energy, we can call it, from that we believe is higher dimensional. I won't go into all the details of how we figured that out, but it's important, in other words, for us to express. So the consultation and the information is inherently therapeutic because it's telling us what's trying to happen. And the assumption is, if there's like a philosophical assumption, is that we're born with a purpose. We're born with objectives, with things that are wired and that are important to happen. And that's what the chart is telling you. So it's inherently therapeutic because in the analysis is also the answer. And what we do in vibrational astrology is we do not fight the energy. Let me give an example. The 11 vibration. I haven't talked much about the meanings of vibrations. Excuse me. I gave a little bit about 5, 7, and 9. The 11 vibration is the most unstable vibration. And it is the vibration that is almost always involved with, for example, mental illness, any kind of disturbance. So it's fairly easy to see the tendency towards dysfunction using vibrational astrology. And that's why our research with bipolar disorder was so successful. The 11 vibration is usually involved with Uranus. Uranus is the most unstable planet. So what do you do if somebody has an unstable combination of planets like Mars, Saturn, Uranus, that's like a volatile combination in 11 vibration? And it's very strong. And, it's like the orbs are exact and every symmetrical, etc. What do you do? What do you do? The idea in vibrational astrology is you need to express what's there. You cannot stop it. So Mars, Saturn, Uranus, and 11 vibration, typically something that requires quick reflexes, fast adaptation, thinking in the moment, and that's disruptive. So oftentimes sports, for example, where you have to respond right away, even a gentle sport like table tennis, you're having to react quickly. First responders, emergency care. Somebody gets in an accident, boom, this is disturbing, this is disruptive. People are in panic, people are screaming. What do you do? Mars, Saturn, Uranus, and 11 vibration, they might just go nuts too. But if they can learn to deal, to channel it, they're the fastest, quickest, most sensitive to the situation because they're alive, they're charged, they're going. So you need to do what the energy is trying to do. And then if there's something else in the chart that I hope gives some stability, like there's something in 7 vibration or, sometimes a soft Saturn with other planets, they can use those activities to calm themselves. So you do what the chart says and try to get it to function in the best possible way. You don't fight your chart. You find what's in there that you can activate. The other thing is that's interesting is there's more potential in the birth chart than we can express. So it's like infinity is wrapped inside a finite form. And so we are in one place at one time and we have only one birth chart, but there's a lot of different potentials that can come out. And the way it's designed is that we're not able to do everything we're capable of. We're capable of more than is possible. That's why we have to sacrifice certain things. So you might be brilliant in music and you might be brilliant in psychological therapy, and you can't spend all your time doing both. You're forced to have to cut some things out. And so you can use creative ways to bring in things that will help you. So we get to orchestrate our lives to some extent. We have some choices, but we have a specific palette of things available to us, and you have to use the palette that you have. So that's to answer the question about energy medicine. Vibrational astrology is made for this. It's going to tell you what the issues are, what the energy trying to flow is. We don't know in detail exactly what meridian or haven't worked out, we'll learn those things as we go along, but it does provide the basic information you need. The meanings of vibrations are very simple. That's basically the way you develop your understanding is by using it in context. It's kind of like learning to golf. I mean, there's just so much you can say about golf. You got a club, you got a ball, hit the bloody thing. So, it's in doing it that you realize, oh, you got to keep your arms straight, don't move your head, whatever. It's in these examples of seeing charts that you get a better feeling of the fine nuances of how everything works and what it means. Words can only take us so far. Astrology works beyond words, and it's an actual energy flow. And so when you do it, you need that as well as the words to understand it. You can't learn it all by somebody just explaining. You have to experience it and explain it within the context of experiencing it. Then you know exactly what this introversion of 7 is. What is this light flow of 5? You see it in people, you experience it. We experience it Venus, Uranus, Neptune, and Nancy's chart. And now, boom, you've got a feeling for what it can be. It becomes clear. Okay, So let's look at Penny. Oh, I was going to do Chris first. All right, well, we'll do Penny first, and then we'll make sure we have time for Chris. We'll have to do these quickly because we've got only 40 minutes left. So let's do a few things with Penny since you've been looking at it, and then we'll do Chris. So Penny, you're there?
Yes.
Okay, so Venus Jupiter opposition, but it's more than 1 degree. It's actually close to 2 degrees. Some of you may be laughing like, oh God, David, 2 degrees, horrors. Yeah, it is a horror. It's not that strong. No. Oh, another Venus Uranus person. Today's the day for Venus Uranus. It's a semi-sextile, but look at the orb. The orb is only like 6 minutes or something. It's really, really tight. And orbs are everything. So she has a Venus Uranus. And we'll go into the vibrational charts to learn more about it. But there's some rhythm here. There's some rock and roll. There's some dance. There's something going on. There's something about falling in love and being in love. There's some Venus Uranus thing going on. Semi-sextiles are not really that weak. And there's a Mars Pluto sextiles about 1 degree. So that tells me that when you go to do something and you get your head into it, you're going to do it. And you like to get it done and you feel compulsive about it. That's, it's just a characteristic. It doesn't tell me what you're going to do in life. The Venus Uranus is more important because the orb is so small. So what I'm going to do, there's a bunch of big dashed lines here. Looks like Moon Jupiter and Mercury Neptune. So again, you now know you go to the 8 vibration chart to understand those. And I also want to understand this Venus Uranus because it's so strong. So what we can do with the Venus Uranus is it'll show up in both the 8 and 9 vibrations. Let's look at another vibration besides 8 because we do look at 8, 5, 7, 9, 11 for a basic interpretation. So let's expand our experience here. So what I'm going to do them all for her, for Penny. I'm going to do 8, 5, 7, 9, 11. In this software, you can select them all at once very quickly. If you have to select them one at a time, it's okay. If you have a different program, just select them one at a time. Okay, so there's her 8 vibration, and the Venus Uranus turns into a trine. You don't have to predict or completely understand what it turns into, but we've zoomed in and the semi-sextile looks like a trine. She's got Venus, Mars, trine, Uranus. Oh my God, born in 1949. So she's 71, 2, 3 years old. So Venus, Mars, trine, Uranus, very passionate, very romantic. God, I hope she married the right guy or fellow or girl or whatever. I hope this this worked out because this is a high romantic kind of drive, very passionate, very alive, kind of impatient. Hopefully, we don't want unwanted pregnancies, things like that. So, this can be expressed through music, through dance, something physical. Could be dance, for example, as well. So, and there's Neptune involved in different kinds of aspects connecting. So there's a lot of romanticism, a lot of magic here. So basically, Penny needs a lively life. She needs to never grow old. She needs to be a teenager for the rest of her life, like passionate, excited, turned on, like, ooh, he's cute or something like. And, the Neptune is like romance here. There's a little magic to it. So music, dance, passion. This could be good, like for Latin American dance or something like that, for example. So, Penny, has that played a part in your life?
No, not dance. I'm a terrible dancer.
Okay.
So, so no, I don't have that.
Okay, and you're not passionate, romantic,
Oh,
etc.
I'm definitely passionate and romantic. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and did you fall in love when you were in high school?
I've been married over 30 years. So
Okay,
yes, a long time.
that's impressive for Venus, Mars, Uranus.
It was my third marriage, so,
Your third marriage. Okay.
right.
So usually there's multiple marriages with this, not necessarily. But this bouncy, lively, passionate energy, do you relate to it?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
very much.
very much. Do you listen
Mhm.
to loud music or something? Or
I do, yes. Pump it
okay,
up, that's what I say.
pump it up. Okay, so you got the speakers up high, and what kind of music might you listen to that's loud?
I listen to everything. I mean, I have put rap on there, I put classical music on there, rock and roll, you name it. I listen to everything. Depends on my mood.
Okay, so grandma who's 70 something years old is listening to rap music sometimes. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So that's not what every 70-year-old does. So yeah, pump it up. So and you're related 30 years marriage to your husband. Is there still some spark to this? Does he surprise you, take you out, bring you flowers? Do you go on little trips together, like take a trip to Florida or California or wherever or something?
Yeah, well, we live in Florida, but no, we don't really do much. He does have some health problems now. So we have an RV. We haven't had a chance to take it out because we bought it right before COVID hit. And so we haven't really been able to go out with it, you know. So hopefully we will soon.
Okay, so my observation here is that some of the Venus, Mars, Uranus, Neptune is showing up. She does pump it up. She does listen to all these different kinds of music. But this, I think, is a stronger part of your system than is evident from what we're discussing so far. Like passion, liveliness, getting your hands in things, like making pottery or doing something, engaging in life, festivities, music that's live, not always recorded, for example, is good. And it doesn't necessarily have to be like wild crazy, but like, actual real violins and cellos and stuff. There's something old world about this, about being, like it reminds me of a Latin American or Italian or something where you're alive and breathing and not always in a vicarious world, which is the tendency in modern America. So that would be my recommendation. I don't know to what extent you're aware of it, but the chart is not about the person always confirming what we say. And I wouldn't, if I'm doing a consultation, I don't dictate to people and do readings of this nature. I try to draw it out, but just for teaching purposes, that's what I'm seeing, that this is an important, vital part of your life. And yeah. Do you relate to that at all?
Yeah, yes, I definitely do. I went to Stomp every time they came to town. I love them.
Right.
It's just so rhythmic, and I love the drums, and I love that.
Yeah.
I've been into a lot of creative things, not necessarily, dance or things like that, but I do. I make healing spirit sticks is what I call them. I've sold crystals for years. I do make a lot of stuff, not necessarily, ceramics like that. I do other things, unusual things.
Okay, so she's talking about her 7 vibration. Okay, so what's going on here is that ceramics and crystals have nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Okay, just for teaching purposes. We, again, in vibrational astrology, we set very high standards. It's like when I talk to Anna, the person says, nope, that's wrong. Then we found out, oh, it's right. So, I mean, that's interesting and that's important, but we don't generalize like, oh, it's Neptune, so any kind of creative thing. No. We have very, very specific expectations, and we know when we don't know, but we're fairly clear about when we're right and when we're wrong, and we're not always right. Astrology is not perfect. We're always learning. It's improving quite rapidly. So, we can get things wrong at times, but that has nothing to do with this. This is just what I described, and it doesn't generalize outside of that. Is that clear to everyone? I'm going over this mostly for teaching purposes. Now, some of the things you're talking about, I quickly click. What you can do is you can quickly click on like 5 vibration. Where is your nice, pleasant, curious flow. I'm not seeing a whole lot. I could also look at the midpoints and see if it's there. 9 vibration is healing. She said the word healing. 9 vibration is healing. It's soothing. It's relaxing. And she does have Saturn, Neptune, and 9 vibration. Saturn, Neptune, and 9 vibration is the configuration of healing. It's trine Jupiter. This is very sweet and pleasant. And, you know, it has some of that. It wouldn't be something that would be the main part of her life, but connects with it. I don't think it is the main part of her life anyway. And then I click on 7 vibration, and you see these big fat green lines. So the vibrational astrology interpretation is very simple. One of the questions was, how do you see what vibration is strong? Well, 5, not particularly strong. A bunch of random, thin, skinny things. Oh, you got a trine, sextile, nothing to get excited about there. We look at 9. Oh, there's a big fat opposition, but it doesn't connect strong 3 and 4 planets. I didn't look at her 11. What's just going on? Ooh, 11 vibration. Moon, Venus, Sun, Mars. So she's got a very strong 11 thing going on, which is common, by the way, for people in things like vibrational astrology. Not only is she into astrology, but willing to check out unusual things. So we tracked a lot of 11 vibration because it's out of the box stuff. But her 7 vibration has a Moon, Pluto, trine, Sun, Saturn. And that is very profound and deep. Oh my God, profound and deep. So often this leads to an interest in like Buddhism, meditation, depth psychology, tarot, especially depth psychology, past lives. It's a deep, profound inner workings thing. So that's in sharp contrast. And this is actually stronger because the lines are thicker and it involves 4 planets. It's actually a stronger configuration than the 8 vibration that we looked at, which is these 2 planets trying this. And then these are different colors. It's just not as dramatic, clear, and simple as this. So a lot of the vibrational astrology is just look at it. Do you see a simple, clear, in-your-face thing? Yeah, look, Sun and
Yeah,
Saturn.
everything you said is true.
Right. And what would be, just very quickly, because and quick examples of how it's true?
I've forgotten all the different things you mentioned, but I knew I was clicking them off in my head. Yes, I did that. Yes, I did that. Yes, I do that.
Depth psychology.
Yes, actually, I majored in psychology in college. I definitely have been into meditation heavily. Certainly promote that. I have done some teaching around that.
Right.
So yeah, all those things.
Yeah. So again, this is a very, very important part. You know, we've only got 4 hours here, and I'm glad this one is really, really important because until now, we haven't gone through the different vibrations to answer the very important question, what is strongest? This is strongest. This is strongest because it's simple. It's, look at all the fat green lines. It's like, just be like a child. You don't need to use some fancy thinking. Just see where there's a clear pattern, especially if it's in the same color. 4 planets tied together with fat lines is extremely powerful. And that will be the main thing. So I was talking about this 8 vibration thing because that's just what I was doing. But if I was actually doing a consultation, I click on all of these real quickly and I would jump to 7 vibration. And so she has her degree in psychology, very deep into meditation. So Penny's gift for depth psychology, for uncovering what is at the root of things, it's very deep and profound, and capable of working at a professional level to help people heal from their you might say inhibitions, the things that are blocking them. And this can include severe things, abuse situations, trauma, death in the family. She has a great ability to be like a wise woman who can just steady the boat for people. And this can be good working with esotericism, even things like herbs, ointments, everything, the whole thing. And it can cover a broad base from modern psychological tools to the old time psychotherapeutic, including Freudian stuff, everything. Special gift for the, I call it a Buddhist or deep, profound awareness. Could use things like gongs as well. Yeah.
I have
So
singing bowls.
yeah, singing bowls.
Mhm.
And this is real. This is the real deal. I mean, this isn't just like light, fluffy, like something I would go to. I don't have any big, profound things like in my childhood. I've just played baseball and went to the library. So, but this is for people who have like real issues. You can really work on it. I mean, I go to singing bowls just because I want to get lit up and, feel inspired. But this can also be used for very deep, profound awareness. You have a real gift for this. This is a very powerful pattern. So that hits more home to what's fundamental to your life story, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay, so there it is. And we learned a little bit more about how to do quick readings. You can identify, remember, 7 is deep, profound, and still. Penny can sit with somebody who's a 5-year-old, 9-year-old, it could even be worse, 9-year-old child whose mother just died. Now what do? Send her to Penny and have her sit with Penny for a while. I'm telling you, if I knew a 9-year-old whose mother just died, I think I would look Penny up and see if they could connect on Zoom or something. Because I just think her stillness, her awareness, her connection, even before she even says anything, is so deep that it will help. It's like she will tie right into it. I have great faith in her ability to do this, maybe even more than you do, Penny. So, but does it make sense?
It does very much so. Yes.
Yeah. A lot of times the things we have gifts with, we know we've got them, and because we've got them, they don't seem that special, and they are special.
Wow.
Yeah. One of the great things you do for people in these things is people go, oh my God, that is special.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm feeling. Oh, wow. I really love that. That's great.
One reason why I didn't tell people about vibrational astrology for 20 or 30 years, I didn't think it was special. I just figured it all out. I figured I interviewed all these people. I figured I went, oh, that's how astrology works. And then I would give a lecture and people would argue with me. I don't like to argue. So I said, okay, they're not interested. I'm not going to tell anybody. So this stuff has remained secret for a long time because I don't like to argue. I figured it out. So, and then if I tell them I figured it out, they think I'm arrogant. So, okay, all right, I didn't figure it out, whatever you want. So anyway, a lot of this is built up for a long time. And also getting back to this, I didn't realize how special it is. Then I looked at my own chart and I went, oh my God, I could figure this stuff out. Nobody else can figure it out. So just like when I look at this, you can do this. I can't do it, but you can do it because you've got this configuration. It's really one of the great things.
Yeah, this has been eye-opening because I've been looking, I've got a serious program. I look at charts all the time, although I haven't been doing this very long, so don't get me wrong. But
Yeah.
Just seeing this, I haven't seen this, and I've looked at these charts a million times.
Oh, yeah. No, you won't see it without training. You really,
Yeah.
So we've got several people teaching classes. The AstrologyDC is fantastic. I'm thinking about expanding it into a teaching mode. And, we've got several people all doing it. So, okay. Whew.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much.
You're
Thank you so much.
welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. So many beautiful people here. Are you guys feeling this as intensely as I am? Is vibrational astrology amazing or what? I mean,
You betcha.
I'm not a salesman. I'm not into that stuff. I don't, whatever. But I mean, this, whew, it's just amazing. It's just so much. I mean, and we're only at the beginning of what's going to happen in future decades. Okay, our last person, because we got 20 minutes left, and I want a little time for, for any additional questions or whatever. But yeah, I really think that vibrational astrology is a major, incredible breakthrough. It just is. Okay, so and here we're just seeing, one window into it. There's a lot of different windows into it. Okay, so here's Chris, our last person. So Chris, November 8, 1965, 2:48 p.m., Columbus, Mississippi, with the 2 Aries rising. Did I enter that correctly?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So Chris, born in 1965. Okay, so does he have anything with under a 1-degree orb? Uranus, Neptune, very slow moving, but it's about 1 degree. Sun, Pluto, a little over degree. There's a little weak dance going on here between Sun, Neptune, and Uranus, Pluto. This one's not super thick. Sun, Jupiter. The Venus, Jupiter is actually 3 degrees. I'm not seeing a whole lot, but there's all these dashed lines. And you now know we want to look at the 8 vibration to see Sun, Mercury, Jupiter. Chris is a bit of a philosopher. So you can look at this stuff and you can just say, okay, so Chris, you got this big broad view of things, religion and spirituality or whatever. And then he'll probably say, oh, I have a degree in philosophy or something. So
I have a PhD in philosophical theology.
Okay.
So we can stop now.
Is anybody not blown away yet? You just blew my mind.
You blew my mind.
So I said it so nonchalantly, like, oh, he's got a Mercury Jupiter, so he's going to tell me he has a degree in philosophy. No, he doesn't have a degree in philosophy. He has a PhD in, what was it? Something theology? What?
Philosophical theology.
Philosophical theology. Holy moly. Is that mind blowing? Or yeah, it's getting ridiculous. We're at the point of being ridiculous.
It's absurd.
It's
You've got to stop this.
We've entered the theater of the absurd here, my friends. This is nuts. So how do I, what most people say is, oh, David's psychic. David's like, no, just follow the rules. Believe me. How do I know this? PhD, I can't get over it. Okay, Sun is who you are. It's the light of day. Jupiter means it's big. It's not concerned about the little details. I'm going to debug this and blah, 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 and look at how all the wires. No, Jupiter's big. Jupiter hates detail. It's big. Every planet is like a bigoted thing. It just loves what it loves. Jupiter loves big. Sun Jupiter means he's big. Mercury is aspecting both of them. Dashed line. See that? How thick are those lines? Thick. They're solid. Sun, Mercury looks like maybe they're definitely there. 3 planets. Remember I said it takes 3 planets to make something really strong? He has Sun, Mercury, Jupiter. They're dashed, which means they're high octave, they're up higher. 8 vibration is your basic action, your dynamic. It means he's thinking big. He thinks big. Sun, it's what he does. Who's Chris? Chris does big thinking. So dashed lines, the higher vibrations are more powerful than the low vibrations. Is that like, whoa, high vibrations, all these things that we don't even look at are actually, yep, they're actually stronger because they're telling you how Chris thinks. It's like how the synapses are connected. It's like how the blood flows. I don't know what he looks like. Maybe he's handsome. Maybe he's not handsome. Maybe he's black skin, white skin. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe he's pleasant. Maybe he's not. I don't know. That's more in the signs. The signs do work, and the houses. But the way a person looks has nothing to do with what's going on in their heads. There are musicians who are short and fat. They're tall and skinny. They're white. They're black. They're brown. They're Chinese. They're female. You can't tell. So that this tells you what's going on inside. So there you go. how to do quick readings. Just look at what's connected and you have it. Now, I'm supposed to look at the midpoints, but I can jump over to anything that looks interesting. Let's look at his 8 vibration, because that will tell us about the Sun, Mercury, Jupiter. You know what really blows my mind is how the astrology contradicts my thinking. Like I'm hearing his voice. It sounds like kind of a nice, pleasant, rich voice. He mentioned he's born in a military hospital, Mississippi. I'm just thinking kind of like Mississippi guy born in, I don't know what I'm thinking. It's all totally wrong. I shouldn't even let my wandering mind go, because the astrology will tell you. Philosophical theology was the last thing on my mind from just my intuition. You all following what I'm saying? And by the way, I have really great intuition. I mean, I have lucid dreams, the whole works, but it just still throws you off when you try to figure things out. So I want to see this Sun, Mercury, Jupiter. Sun, Jupiter are within 4 degrees opposite Mercury. So there it is, 5, 7, 9 with the vertex and the midheaven. Your birth time is probably very accurate. Oh, we just said it was accurate. He was born, we were joking about it. He was born in a military hospital. Probably accurate. Oh yeah, it's accurate. The military is good for a number of things. That's one of them. Yeah, this is all within 5 degrees. Those military people really do it right. Your birth time's accurate to the minute, because the vertex in vibrational astrology is very powerful. It's almost as powerful as the ascendant. We don't have time to get into the details, but it's very powerful. The midheaven is very powerful. Your Sun and Jupiter are with vertex and midheaven. Midheaven, of course, means, well, in vibrational astrology, it more specifically means your ability to represent things, to present things, to play a role, to understand something objectively, and it is related to career. And vertex has to do with colleagues. So this indicates Sun, Jupiter, he's with influential colleagues presenting things. He's got a PhD. You know, for those of you who haven't gone to graduate school, PhD is nasty stuff. But it does, you know, give you Sun, Jupiter type situation opposite the Mercury. So the angular cusps are very important, and they're involved in this configuration. I normally wouldn't trust them, but it makes so much sense. And yeah, it's reinforcing this whole configuration opposite the Mercury. Mercury is right on the vertex. Your advisor, you had an advisor for your PhD program? Was he or she a notable person in the field? Or
yeah, he was a world-class scholar in my discipline. Very, very well known. Yeah.
Okay. Are you guys blown away? I'm still blown away from the philosophical theology of what the heck it is. His advisor is highly recognized person in the field. How the heck do I know this stuff or guess this stuff? I don't know it. Because vertex has to do with relationships that are like related to getting something done. They're practical relationships, like colleagues. And this Sun, Jupiter, Mercury has to do with your PhD. And your vertex is there. Means that this happened in conjunction with colleagues. Well, PhD also always happens with colleagues, but sometimes more than others. Some people just kind of go off on their own, and the advisor just kind of, you know, checks in on them. And others, it's a very tight thing. And the Sun, Jupiter means influential. So he had the, you might say, honor and prestige of being able to work under a notable person. That's a great gift. You know, it's like a wonderful good luck to be able to have an advisor at that level.
It was. I was very, very fortunate to be assigned to him.
Oh man, I mean, for those of you who've been in graduate programs, you know what we're talking about. To get under the wing of somebody like that is, oh my God, and the things you learn from them, whew, just wow. You can spend 10 minutes with one of these people and it's like, oh, look this up and check this reference and blah, blah, blah. Oh, really? Bling. They don't get to the top of academia for no reason, right? Does that make sense, Chris?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So, so I was curious about the Sun, Mercury, Jupiter. So there we go. We hit right on it. What does this tell us about Chris in 1965? So he's got some years left, so to speak. You're what, 55-ish, 57 something. So what it means is that because Sun Jupiter vertex, you could follow in your advisor's footsteps to some extent. You can have something important to say and present. I don't know, how much teaching you did, if you had large classes or anything like that. But it just shows that this can be, it's Sun Jupiter with vertex, with midheaven. It's big thinking, and it can be in a big space.
Well, just to confirm that, I've of course I've had some experience teaching at the graduate level, and I'm published too in my field. It's been a few years,
Yeah.
I went off and did other things, and it's not really where I'm at now. But this was certainly really, really active as I was finishing my doctorate and getting my first publications out before the public.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of modesty there. He says, of course, I taught a graduate. No, not all PhDs do that. So, so you're operating that big field, and, and this also shows activity. So one thing to be aware of is, opportunities may arise for social programs, things that influence public policy, different kinds of boards that set standards, that show relationships. Is theology still relevant in the modern world? Things like this. What kind of funding? Are they squeezing these things out? What's going on? So you can operate in this big space of things that have influence. So if opportunities come up in that, in those kinds of situations, I would say give them serious thought, because you can work effectively. And public policy and standards and all that stuff, they're important. They affect a lot of people. So, and they might wine and dine you sometimes and whatever. And some universities are really impressive also in terms of Sun Jupiter.
Well, David, can I tell you what really just blew me away with this?
Yeah.
Like, I know from my life and my experience that Mercury is really, really central to who I am and what I do and how I think and everything. But if you look at my like natural radix, it's not so obvious. What tends to jump out at people is, well, I've only got like that Mercury is only, 6 degrees away from the ascendant. It rules kind of cadent houses. It's not really that, it's in the ninth, but whatever. Everyone jumps at, the Venus Jupiter opposition and,
Right.
and the planets connected with the angles, which do say something.
Yes.
But you went right to, you really went right to the core of what I've spent most of my life doing instantly. Yeah, that was fascinating.
Wow.
Bam.
Blew my mind. I mean, what a way to come to a closing on this. This is just really, really, really startling.
I've got to study this. Like, in astrology, I would consider myself a traditional astrologer. That's been my path.
Right.
Where signs and houses and the Ptolemaic aspects, those are just like the heart and soul.
Right.
But this is really working. So like, I've got to go do some pondering now.
Yeah. Well, and many systems can all simultaneously work and stuff as well. But yeah, the force of vibrational astrology is undeniable. When this next book that comes out around January is going to go into the mainstream. We're not writing it primarily for astrologers, because the details have been worked out. The data is there, and that's what people respond to. So yeah, this is this is the waves are going to be bigger and bigger in the near future. So it's great that, all of you participating in this get to experience this at this point, because it's going to, increase in awareness of vibrational astrology. Okay, we've got 5 minutes. Wow, I feel like I got to know you. Do you guys feel like you got to know everybody a little bit? I mean, I feel like, yeah, it's really wonderful feeling.
This is quite amazing, David. You've taken the full gamut, and 4 hours is certainly not enough time.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't know if it flew by for some of you like it did for me, but I didn't even realize how fast it went. Yeah, so this was great. You just beautiful. What last thoughts, questions do we have? We're really, I mean, those of you who know me know I'll go for another 4 hours. I mean, no problem for me. But we are going to close it up here.
So just a small question. With that Sun, Jupiter, Mercury, ultimately, if you wanted to pin it down to religious philosophy, would you have other things going on the chart probably that indicate that?
Yes, the religious philosophy, see, this is a little bit advanced, but these hard aspects will play off other vibrations. And it's probably doing something in his 7 vibration, because 7 vibration is inclined to traditional astrology as well as theology. And we may actually have to go up to an even higher vibration to see the details of it. So I don't have time to go into it right now, and it doesn't pop out obviously, but it's probably in here, could be 37 vibration. I'd have to look at it, but the let me just try one more thing. Let me go up to 28, for example. Yeah, it's picking up the moon. Yeah, I don't have time to go into it, but yes, we can pin it down to theological, which I didn't see. That part we didn't see, but it will be there. It's usually in 7 vibration, not as obvious. It might be a midpoint thing going on. Moon, let's see, Sun, Mercury, Jupiter. Okay, I can't get it right.
That's cool. I just wanted to make sure that there were just make sure that, okay, if you had more time, you'd use more detail.
Yes, yes. And we should be able to see the theology and also the medieval astrology, which has some similarities, being, like ancient and deep and profound, a 7 vibe. So, yeah, I don't do consultations. I only do consultations for crises, suicidal people getting murdered, stuff like this. I get called by different people. I'm serious, like really intense stuff, emergency stuff, suicides, etc. But basically, I'm training you to do it. So I'll do them to train others. What I need to do is multiply myself. So I'm more interested in figuring it out and then training people to do it, because it's the main thing is it's vibrational astrology. Yeah, I'll take the credit. Sure, I discovered it, whatever, fine. But it's the astrology. It's not me. And so, that's what I'm interested in. Okay. And the more people that are engaged with it and doing it, the faster we learn, because now the discoveries are being made by a lot of people, not just myself. You can conduct the research, you can do stuff, people seeing clients. Yeah, so that's kind of my mission, is just to keep making the discoveries and get other people involved. Yeah, there is at AvalonAstrology.com also a list of people, and we can stay in touch. You have my email address. We can continue. I will send everybody a bulk email on how to get the discount if you want to get the Kepler or Sirius program. And I think there's a few other things I made notes during the break. We'll stay in touch, and I'll send you all an email periodically.
David, I have some closing remarks.
Yeah, so we're at the end. It's 4 o'clock. Yeah, Eastern time. Yes, Richard.
Yes, I just want to, again, thank you everybody for joining in. This has been very exciting, David. Two things. One is that ISAR has a certification program, and we're doing it online now because of the pandemic, but it kind of encouraged us to do certification online. You'd go to CAP ISAR, that's CAPISAR.org, O-R-G. You can sign up for any of the certification programs, whether it's ethics, consulting skills, or the exam itself, the competency exam. Today, we just had our first launch with the competency exam. It's a nice, easy time, 6 hours of in-depth testing. So if you're interested in certification, the next thing is our next intensive. That will be on Saturday, December 4th at noon to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And not one for self-promotion, but I will be doing the intensive. I'm doing kind of life in the fast lane, and it's more about the concept of how houses can work and the key importance of the cadent house, as well as looking at the outer planets that motivate us to move off of our self, but the fast planets, the slower planets, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, when they hit the angles, what's going on in the chart. So I think that's just about it. Again, I want to thank everybody for supporting ISAR. And if you know anybody that wants to join, we're all in for it. Do join that before we raise our prices. Right now, it's just $59 a year, both for international or USA residents. So I think that's it. David, anything else?
That's it, my friends. What a beautiful afternoon. This might sound like a false humility, but I really think the magic happens through the combined energy. So really, it's all of us together. So thank you very much. God bless. Namaste.